Robot fans, please welcome back to the field your tournament MC, Emerald Ayer.
Good morning, Wilsonville, and welcome back to our 2025 competition Reefscape. Oh my gosh, what an excellent day of competitions and qualification matches yesterday. Give yourselves a round of applause. I want to thank you for your gracious professionalism on and off the field. Your determination, your sportsmanship, your creativity, and excitement is terrific to watch. So be sure to keep it up today as the competition intensifies. However, regardless of how today plays out, remember that today and this season are all part of a much longer journey. First, as much as we may love it, isn't really about the competition. It's about preparing for the future, building a community of leaders, and preparing you to tackle the world's challenges. It is so exciting to think about the impact that so many of you will have or you will make over the world over the next 50 years. Being a first team member means access to education and career discovery opportunities such as industry certifications, internships, and scholarships. First is offering you an opportunity to network with employers and a place in the First community for life. To make First events run smoothly, it takes many dedicated volunteers. It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. And we can always use more volunteers, so if you're having fun today, come join the fun and volunteer at an upcoming event. Speaking of volunteers, please welcome back our judges here in the blue shirts. Hopefully you had the chance to meet with them and impress them. Good morning, judges. Also welcome back our hardworking referees. And please show your appreciation for another talented group of volunteers, your robot inspectors, led by lead robot inspector Anthony Koch. This is a good opportunity to remind you that all teams must be re-inspected after their final qualification match to be eligible for the playoffs. So after your last qualification match of the day, go see those guys. However, there are so many volunteers that put in countless hours of work and planning before and during the event. So please join me in showing our appreciation for your field volunteers, which includes your field resetters, your keyers, scorekeepers, and FTAAs, led by FTA Tim Bennington-Davis. Hi, Tim. As well as your field supervisor, first alum, Zoe Espinoza. Hi, Zoe. Also, a big thank you to your pit volunteers, which includes pit admins, spare parts, and safety attendants, as well as your awesome pit admin supervisors, Debbie Prentice and Deanna Edwards. So be sure to give them a thank you as you go back into the pits. There's also your machine shop lead, Paul Roche, your AV volunteers, led by tech director, first alum, Daniel Eastman. Hi, Daniel. He's the one dressed up like a swimmer. And then the volunteers working behind the scenes, like the volunteer registration, and our fabulous volunteer coordinator, Drew Patterson. Where is Drew? Probably coordinating. And lastly, I would like to give a big thank you to our hosts at this event, Team 1425. Thank you so much. At this event, we have one award which recognizes an individual student and not a team. It's the Dean's List Award. Dean's List nominees, please stand now and let's give a round of applause for all of these students who are nominated by their teams. Thank you all for being such terrific leaders. All right, here's the schedule for today. This morning, we're going to finish up our qualification matches, and then we will go immediately into alliance selection, where the top 8 ranked teams will each pick 2 partners. These 8 alliances will then move on to the playoffs, and a reminder to have your alliance team members report to the field when asked. We will begin promptly after the 8-minute break, whether all alliance members are there or not. So be here or be square. I messed up the rhyme. Okay. After our lunch break, yay, lunch, we'll begin the playoff rounds and present awards between the rounds of matches. Then we'll end the competition with a final closing and awards ceremony. So it is going to be an excited day. Who's ready? I love to hear it. Before we power up these robots, please stand for the national anthem. Matches. And please give a warm welcome to your game announcers for this event, Josh Clark and Jake Enos. All right, we only have a handful of qualification matches to get to, but that also means that there aren't many opportunities left to switch up your rankings. So let's make these matches count. Red Alliance, welcome 3024.
That's my favorite team.
Joining them, 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
And rounding off this Red Alliance, 1359.
Arrgh, that's these scalawags.
Across the pond on the blue side of the field, 3636.
The Generals.
Joining them is 44.
Shockwave.
Along with 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We begin day 2 of the competition, and the Blue Alliance makes a quick charge towards the reef. Unfortunately, all of those coral missing immediately. Over on the red side, though, Mean Machine, 1 coral up on L4. And on the other side of the field, it looks like Generals are able to get 1 up high at the end of the end of Autonomous, and drivers now take control of those robots. Shockwave lined up with their human player, trying to get a coral from the coral station. They seem to be having a little bit of difficulty with it, but they do manage to get it in their robot, and they now return back to the reef. Meanwhile, my favorite team, 3024, elevator up with an algae in hand, and they are lining up, trying to get that algae up in the barge. Looks like the robot is not quite tall enough to get there, but they're going to try to push it up and over, and it just falls down to the ground. But they're going to get another shot at it here in a moment. 2471 Mean Machine picking up coral from the ground and placing them on the 3rd level of the red reef. Before returning over to that human player station to grab more. My favorite team now looking for a place to go to grab potentially more algae off of the reef, so that way their alliance partners can continue to score coral. Over on the blue side of the field, the Scalawags making life a little bit difficult for the Generals, and a coral tumbles to the ground from the Generals, but they're going to be able to go back to their human player and give it another attempt. Shockwave lining up with the human player station alongside their alliance partners, the Cyborg Seagulls, to grab more coral and fill the upper levels of that reef. Over on the red side of the field, only 2 robots doing their thing, while on the other side, 3 robots scoring, and then the Red Alliance defending. 45 seconds left in this match, and our scores preliminarily 64-53 in favor of the Blue Alliance. But my favorite team quickly places a piece of algae up on the barge, bringing the Red Alliance just that little bit closer with 30 seconds remaining in this match. Shockwave lining up to the 3rd level of the reef, while the Generals line up to L4. Scalawags now leaves their post over by the Blue Loader station, and they're going to go try to climb alongside my favorite team in the red barge zone. 1359, Climber deployed, scraping on the ground a little bit, but let's see if they can get it lined up here. Blue Alliance, Shockwave lined up with their cage, and it is engaged with the robot, but no robots up in the air at the end of the match. Preliminary scores at 95-65 in favor of the Blue Alliance, but we'll get your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores coming to the big screen for qualification 56. Maybe once the FMS decides that it wants to show it. There it goes. And your winner is the Blue Alliance. The score of 91-71, separated by 20 points and 4 ranking points given to that Blue Alliance, 1 for the Autonomous and 3 for the win. Red Alliance also taking home the Autonomous ranking point. 2471 Team Mean Machine dropping to rank 5. Meanwhile, 4488 holding steady at rank 8.
All right, I just checked. We have 11 more qualification matches before we can get to the Alliance selection. So Red Alliance, help me join in welcoming 3673.
That's the Cloverbots.
That was a test. It was 74. You still clapped. Okay. And they're joined by 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And finally, Red Alliance, welcome 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Over on the blue side of the field, 6443.
Aimbot.
They're joined by 1844.
The Agoniers.
And rounding out our blue alliance is 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville qualification 57. Elevators up on the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance. One coral up for red, one coral up for blue. But Blue Alliance 1540 manages to get a second one. Meanwhile, 3674 over on the Red Alliance gets a second on that fourth level, but doesn't quite make it in time for the third. But they do manage to get it as the drivers take control of the robots. The Agonier is trying to pull a piece of algae off of the reef before going over and causing chaos over on the red side of the field. They're going to try to stick their way in between 3674, the Cloverbots, and their human player, positioning themselves quite nicely. But 3674 Cloverbots decide that they don't want to deal with it, and they go over to the other human player. Meanwhile, the other Catlin Gable school on the other side of the field, lining up to some coral that's on the ground and delivering it to the fourth level. They line up, it's good. Their alliance partner, not so much, but they are going to try again over from the human player station. They line up, it's in the robot. Elevator up, lining up, and it's not quite on. Eventually, Aimbot will get it up there. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, X-Flare swerving around their alliance partners to go grab some more algae on the side of the field before delivering it to the processor. It ends up falling out of the robot, but they're going to go back and attempt a second one here. Arm up around the reef, and they're going to have to do a little dance around Cardinal Dynamics. Cardinal does a little spin of acknowledgement as they are leaving. Over on the blue side of the field, Aimbot seems to have figured out their lineup, and now the top of the reef on the blue side of the field is filled. 1540, the Flaming Chickens, elevator up, and they have scored on the third level with that coral. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance has now sent a defender, 6696, who we've been primarily seeing as an offensive robot for this competition, is now going and playing defense on the blue side of the field. They are positioning themselves in between the Alliance station and 1540, the Flaming Chickens, as we enter the end game period. Climber has been deployed for the aimbot machine, and the Agoniers human player absolutely loading up the blue barge with algae. 1540, the Flaming Chickens still lining up with that climber. Aimbot's up in the air, X-Flare's up in the air, Cloverbot's up in the air, and 1540, the Flaming Chickens just on the ground at the end of the match. Preliminary scores 141 to 140. This could go either direction, and we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at your final scores for qualification 57, if the FMS decides that it wants to cooperate with us this morning. There it goes. Your winner, the Red Alliance, separated by just a few points, 166 to 157 in favor of that Red Alliance. 5 ranking points being taken home, 1 for the auto, 1 for the barge. The Blue Alliance taking home those same 2 ranking points, the difference being that Red won the match, so they will take home an additional 3 ranking points. Cloverbots holding themselves in position 4, and the Flaming Chickens falling out of the top 8, down into position 9.
Alrighty, we've got all 6 robots on our field, so let's meet the teams. Red Alliance, welcome, 4043!
That's the Nerd Herd.
They're joined by 2521!
South Eugene Robotics team, that's CERT.
Rounding out our fabulous Red Alliance, 6831!
AO5 Annex.
Our opposing alliance, first up, 5468.
That's Chaos Theory.
They're joined by 4662.
Nom nom nom, that's bite-sized robotics.
And rounding out our blue alliance, 6343.
Steel Ridge.
All right, drivers, behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville 58. Elevators up on both sides of the field. 2 coral scored up high by the Blue Alliance. No coral scored up high by the Red Alliance, but they do manage to get one down onto the first level. Elevator up for the Nerd Herd, and they do finish by getting that L4 scored for a good number of points at the end of the autonomous period. Drivers step forward and take control, and the Blue Alliance lining up with Chaos Theory and Bite Size on opposite sides of that wreath. Chaos Theory places theirs pretty quickly. Bite Size follows soon after. And their alliance partner is Steel Ridge looking for coral to pick up off of the ground. One of the few robots here that has a ground intake. And they line up with the 4th level of the reef, but it doesn't quite stick. Chaos Theory, meanwhile, goes up, gracefully places yet another piece of coral up high, and as they back away, pull an algae off of that reef. Meanwhile, red side of the field, AO5 Annex, elevator going up a little bit, and it looks like they're lining up to the 2nd level, and they managed to knock one of those algae off of the reef. coral placed for AO5, and their alliance partner is Nerd Herd, just sending a piece of coral over the top of the reef. AO5 returns and quickly scores on the 3rd level. Meanwhile, CERT looking like they are looking for things to do or trying to figure out what's going on with their robot. Meanwhile, over on the blue barge, that human player for Bite-Sized throwing a good number 3 in a row, Algae up into that barge. Blue side of the field, Bite-Sized arm up in the air, wobbling back and forth, and it now looks like 25-21. CERT is over on the blue side of the field trying to slow Chaos Theory's cycles. Chaos Theory just pushes them out of the way, though, and will return back to the human player station. They're going to have to be careful as there's a lot of coral on the ground, and Chaos Theory has to line up all the way to that human player station. So CERT sees that and decides to park themselves there. Chaos Theory is having none of it, though, and goes back to the other human player on the other side of the field. Meanwhile, Red Alliance being defended by Steel Ridge as we enter the endgame period. Nerd Herd lining up to that barge with 13 seconds left, and they are up in the air. Chaos Theory lining up with their climber. Will they be able to get up off the ground in time? And just at the end of the match, they are airborne. Preliminary scores 110 to 104 in favor of the Blue Alliance, but of course we'll have to see your final scores when they are released. Final scores, and your winner, the Blue Alliance. With a score of 124 to 118, 6 points separate these two alliances, 5 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance, 1 for Auto, 1 for Barge. Red Alliance taking home those same 2 ranking points, Auto and Barge, but the difference being Blue Alliance taking home those 3 winning ranking points. Chaos Theory holding themselves rank number 2.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams for this next match. Starting on the Red Alliance, 1359.
Aye, that'd be the Scalawags.
Joining them, 5975.
That's the Beta Blues.
And finally, Red Alliance, welcome, 3636.
The Generals.
Over on the blue side of the field is 9567.
Stormbreakers.
They're joined by 997.
Spartan Robotics.
As well as 2950.
That's Pandemonium.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 58, and the Generals making a very quick move to the reef. They managed to scrub an algae off of that reef, but miss their coral. Their second coral does fall to L1 though, and let's see if they can get this third one in time, and it just sails over. But the drivers will pick up the controllers and give it another attempt here. Spartan lined up, ready to go with that L4, and they get it very quickly before returning back to the Pandemonium human player over by the coral station. Meanwhile, Stormbreakers grabbing a piece of coral and returning it or delivering it to the first level. It just bounces out though, so they're gonna have to go give it another attempt here. 1359, the Scalawags, looks like they are sliding over to the blue side of the field. We've seen a lot of defense from them this competition, and it looks like this match is another one of those matches. They are expertly positioning themselves in between Spartan Robotics and the human player station, making it a little bit difficult for Spartan to grab a piece of coral. Meanwhile, Stormbreakers fairly unaffected as they went to the other human player station to begin with, lining up with the backside first level, and that piece of coral sails onto the first level of that reef. Spartan lines up, placing a piece of coral up on that fourth level. Meanwhile, Red Alliance, Generals, L4, 12 points to that Red Alliance before having to fight Pandemonium, who's made their way over to the red side of the field to try to slow the efforts of the Generals. Beta Blues lined up next to their human player, not moving a whole lot at the moment, but let's see if they can regain control of that manipulator. And they are going over to the center of the field. And they now look like they are on the blue side of the field, although there's already a blue robot over there. Reminder that you can only have one robot of your alliance on the opposing side of the field at a time. Generals grabbing a piece of coral from that human player station. Elevator up, line up, and it's good. Going to the Beta Blues human player to grab another piece of coral instead of having to fight their way around Pandemonium, who has now returned to the barge as we enter the endgame period. 78-65, it is still anyone's game at this point. And Pandemonium lifts themselves up into the air, but just falls short. And Stormbreakers have lifted themselves up on that shallow cage. Scalawags lining up with a deep cage. Let's see if they can get themselves airborne here. Generals last second getting a piece of algae up top and sliding themselves into the barge zone. 90-75 as the clock expires, and we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Final score is your winner, the Red Alliance. 106 to 79. And 5 ranking points to show for it. 1 from the autonomous period, 1 from the barge. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance still walking away with the autonomous ranking point. 77 coral being scored, or 77 points of coral being scored by the Red Alliance to the 52 scored by the Blue. Barge 16 to 8. Shout out to our field crew this competition who are helping repair our field every match and making sure that we can run these robots on this field. Of course, we have a lot of holes that get burned in this carpet. We get stuff shoved out of the way. We have stuff going wrong with the radios, and all of these people here who are so wonderful help make sure that these competitions run smoothly. So thank you. Another announcement for you all. If your team attended the Oregon State Fairgrounds district event a couple weeks ago, we have lost and found stuff over at Pit Admin, including an iron in a backpack, like a clothing iron. So if you manage to lose an iron or other things at OSF, we have them at Pit Admin. I've been informed of yet another announcement for you all. Please, if we could ask all of you who are sitting in the aisleways going up the stairs to move yourself to seats. That way we can help keep these walkways, in a case of an emergency, open. Keeps everything nice and safe. So if you're in those stairways, we could please just move to the seats. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
All right, everybody, as much as I appreciate your wonderful spirit and dancing, we do need to get back to the robots. Red Alliance, please welcome 10444!
Ursa Major!
Joining them, our home team, 1425!
The home team, that's error code 0.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 3673!
The Cyborg Seagulls.
Heading over to the blue field is 1595.
The Dragons.
They're joined by 3024.
Hey, that's my favorite team.
Along with 1844.
The Agoniers.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
60th qualification of the Wilsonville 2025 district event. And 1425, your event hosts making quick work of the 4th level, placing a second coral up high. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance looks like they are ready to go as soon as the drivers take control, and Error Code 0 places a final 3rd piece on that reef at the end of the autonomous. Drivers step forward and take control, and the Aggineers slowly approach the reef where they have a piece of coral that they will deposit onto that 1st level. Error Code 0 adding a 4th piece of coral up to that top level. And their alliance partners, Ursa Major, remove a piece of algae rather quickly from the reef and place it over in the processor to deliver to the Blue Alliance human player. Over on the red side of the field, Dragons have a piece of coral in the hand, and they're going to go get in the way of Error Code 0, who's currently trying to line up with their human player, but their human player manages to send it sideways into the robot, and Error Code 0 walks away. Red Alliance human player throwing up a piece of algae into the red barge, mashed by a piece on the Blue Alliance barge. Ursa Major removing another piece of algae from the reef. And their alliance partners, the Cyborg Eagles, start placing coral on the 3rd level. Slightly hindered by the Dragons, though, as they go and try to fight for some field space. Over on the blue side of the field, not a lot of coral up yet, but I'm sure that they'll get there soon. Aggineers have a piece of algae in their robot, and they are lining up with that blue barge. They have that really unique shooter that we don't see a lot of robots having. And they are going to try to spin that up and launch it, and it just bounces out. But they're going to go with that intake and try to grab that again. Their human player, on the other hand, does manage to make that piece of algae stick. My favorite team, a piece of coral in the robot, and it looks like they're just taking a little bit of extra time to maybe line up with the reef from a distance. Over on the blue side of the field, Dragons creating some absolute chaos as they push around the other robots on the red side of the field. Error Code has decided they don't want to go and score anymore, and they're going to go instead try to climb. They have their climber deployed, aiming towards the deep cage, and it is engaged. And the robot soars into the air, but it touches that chain. We'll see if that climb is going to end up counting in the end. And that is the end of the match. 103-36, your preliminary scores. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at the final scores. Your winner, the Red Alliance, will take home 117 against the Blue Alliance's, 117 against the Blue Alliance's 40. Both Alliances having achieved the cooperation, and 5 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance, 1 for the autonomous period and 1 for that barge. The autonomous, of course, a lot of points being given to the Red Alliance by Error Code 0, who placed that wonderful 3-piece. Error Code 0 holding themselves in rank number 3.
All right, teams, we need to make up 7 minutes in 2 matches. So we're doing a speed run. Red Alliance, just keep cheering for 9430.
That's C-Tech.
They're joined by 6443.
Aimbot.
As well as 4692.
The Metal Mallards. This is the one that I get that's longer than the others.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, welcome 2471.
That's Mean Machine.
Joined by 957.
Swarm.
Along with 753.
The High Desert Droids.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 61 here at Wilsonville, and Swarm very quickly places a piece of coral up high. It looks like Aimbot lined up but didn't quite manage to make it. Swarm completes a second L4 coral, and the Metal Mallards place an L4. Right at the end of the match, drivers take control of the robots, and a piece of coral goes flying from the 753 machine. High Desert Droids going over to Swarm's human player to grab a piece of coral. Elevator up, lining up, and they are placed on that 3rd level before scrubbing a piece of algae from the reef. 2471, Team Mean Machine lining up with the barge, and instead they decide to go remove that piece of algae coral placed by Mean Machine, and Mean Machine gets stuck on that piece of algae, and their arm wildly swings back and forth as they try to free themselves. Swarm goes and very quickly pushes them free, but they're now stuck on a piece of coral. Swarm is going to go back and try to dislodge Mean Machine, and you can hear the cheers from the crowd as Mean Machine is free over on the red side of the field. C-Tech placing a piece of coral alongside their alliance partners, the Metal Mallards, who have placed a piece of coral on the 4th level. Another L4 for Metal Mallards alongside C-Tech, who places another L3. Those top 2 levels of the Red Reef very quickly being filled by these 2 teams as C-Tech moves sideways to remove another piece of algae from the reef. 1 minute remaining in this match, 74-54 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Swarm, your current rank #1, elevator up, lining up, and they place a piece of coral up very high on that L4. being hit by 6443, the aimbot machine, as they go start playing defense against the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance is going to have to start using Swarm's human player instead, as that area over by aimbot is now being blocked. Mean Machine, a piece of coral off the floor, very carefully and delicately placing that piece of coral on the first level as we enter the end game period. Swarm, Climber deployed, aiming towards the center deep cage on the blue side of the field. C-Tech also Climber deployed, and they are lining up. Swarm very quickly up in the air. 753, the High Desert Droids, looking like they're trying to do the same. Red Alliance doesn't quite manage to get up at the end of the match. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Preliminary score is 112 to 91. Your winners from 61, and it's the Blue Alliance. 128 to 95 points, 5 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. Swarm holding themselves in rank 1. Cooperation achieved between these two alliances, helping that Blue Alliance achieve that Coral ranking point. Red Alliance still getting the auto ranking point. And with that, I'm going to go off duty and give you over to your other game announcer, Josh Klar.
All righty, we still have a little bit of time to make up, so let's meet the teams of our Red Alliance, starting with 5970.
From Beaverton, Beavertronics.
They're joined by 2733.
They're from Portland, the Pig Mice.
As well as 2374.
Also out of Portland, Jesuit Robotics.
Checking in with our Blue Alliance, we have 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
They're joined by 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
Along with 2550.
From Oregon City, Skynet.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 62 is rolling here at the Wilsonville District event. They all, in Reefscape, start with 15 seconds of fully pre-programmed instructions. This one, Sleepy on the Red Alliance side, just 3 mobility bonuses. Blue Alliance picking up all of those, and then 3 pieces of coral scored up on level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef. Onwards we'll go now with drivers at the controls for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Knocking over some of the pre-staged game pieces over there on the Blue Alliance side. Skynet clears the way. They'll also take a piece of algae all the way across the field. I thought for a minute they were going to go process it in the Blue Alliance processor. Instead, they're heading over to the Red processor, sacrificing 6 points to the Red Alliance, but in exchange, getting one of the 2 requisite game pieces scored towards the cooperation bonus that'll make their coral RP easier later in the match. There goes the second piece of algae scored through the Red processor by the Blue robot. That secures the Red Alliance half of the co-op bonus. Now we'll see Skynet work on the algae for Blue. They are in a bit of a power play situation here. Red Alliance machine of Beavertronics down for the count, actually right in front of that Blue Alliance algae processor. We'll see if they're able to get reconnected later in the match, but for now, Blue Alliance will have a slight robot advantage. Red Alliance machine of the pig mice now back to the coral station wall. Loading up yet another piece of coral here. They're going to bring it over to potentially level 4 of the Alliance Reef. They're spinning around just about the entire outer perimeter of the Red Alliance Reef, trying to find where they'd like to place this piece of coral. Takes a good long while to decide on that, but eventually picks up 5 points towards the Red Alliance score. Red Alliance machine of Beavertronics back in the game. We now see them parked underneath the central barge in midfield. They have their claw on a deep cage. That's the lower cages towards the floor. They're worth more points when you can climb up them. Would be worth 12 if they can get airborne, although for a while there was no strong indications of them doing so. They are now airborne. So if they can stay there through the remainder of the match, that'll be a 12-pointer for them and 2 points for their alliance partners parked nearby. That being Jesuit Robotics. So that'd be a barge RP for the 14 barge score. Blue Alliance mirroring that exact endgame score over there between Cloverbots and Skynet. And that's going to be all for Quals match number 62 here in Wilsonville. Match 62 is in the books as a Blue Alliance victory. 159 points to the Red Alliance's 105. And the Blue Alliance teams will sweep up all 6 of the available ranking points. 3 of those come from winning the match. 1 was an autonomous bonus from having all 3 robots move and at least 1 coral scored. Coral bonus for 5 pieces of coral on 3 levels of the reef since the co-op bonus was there. And the barge RP for that endgame score we talked about. We'll be right back with match 63 in just a moment here at Wilsonville.
Alrighty, folks, let's meet the teams for this next match, starting our Red Alliance strong with 44.
And from Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
They're joined by 25-21.
From Eugene, Oregon, that's Cert.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 13-59.
They're from Lebanon, the Scalawags.
Across the pond on the blue side of the field is 9600.
They're from Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
They're joined by 3673.
From out in Seaside, they're the Cyborg Seagulls.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 5468.
From Bend, Chaos Theory.
All right, drivers behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 63 underway here in Wilsonville. We have a little bit of a variety of strategy happening over here on the Blue Alliance side with a trough-scored coral. Not very common here in Autonomous, but we like to mix things up a little bit. Also, 3 level 4 pieces of coral scored will help give that Blue Alliance a 9-point lead coming out of the Autonomous period. Drivers now at the controls of all these machines, and we're going to go ahead and just crash into some of that pre-staged coral and algae over here on the Red Alliance side. Team Cert moving some of that out of the way to make room for their next level 4 score. It swirls around the top of the reef post and falls back to the field of play. They'll come back and pick that one back up later, or at least replace it with something else. Indeed, they've replaced it already with a new 5-pointer. Minty fresh and ready to go. Minute and 40 to play. Blue Alliance pulling ahead now to a 20-point lead. Some of this is coming from all this algae that's getting processed by X-Flare Robotics up in there in the top right corner of the field. Each of those pieces of algae, of which there's been 4 so far, now 5, worth 6 points apiece. So 30 points just in algae. Red Alliance human player working to take some of that algae once processed by the Blue Alliance robots and toss it up into the barge net. One of those bounced out, took out our stack light back here behind the field. That's okay, we didn't really need that. And it's now back in action, as are the Red Alliance robots cycles, including doing some pull-ups on the reef here for a brief minute there. That's Shockwave trying to place that 5-pointer up on level 4 of the Alliance reef. Then they get caught on the level 3 peg. And in their efforts to get unstuck from the reef, descore their coral, they'll go ahead and come in and replace that. I guess I shouldn't say fully descored because the coral did still land back in the trough, so they still kept 2 of the 5 points. Regardless, just under 30 seconds left to play. The Blue Alliance now starting to run away with things as Chaos Theory fills up more or less their entire quadrant, or whatever the equivalent of a quadrant is when there's 3 sections of the Blue Alliance reef. All levels, all the way from the trough to level 4, looking pretty full on about half of that Blue Alliance reef. Looking pretty stable for a coral RP, although it's showing only 3 of 4 levels. Looks like we'll have a potentially a double climb on deep cages over here on red, potential of up to 24 points. And just a 14-point end game over there on blue with X-Flare in the air and Chaos Theory parked. We'll get your scores tallied up for match 63 here shortly. Match number 63 is in the books as a Blue Alliance victory. Your final score, 184 points. The Red Alliance is 135. 5 of those 6 available ranking points scooped up by each Blue Alliance team. 3 for the win, barge bonus for the endgame score, and the auto bonus. Those latter 2 bonuses also accrued by each of the Red Alliance teams. Our leaderboard's going to start stabilizing here in pretty short order, as each of these teams should only have, I think, 1 more match left to play, if that. Chaos Theory still holding on to the number 2 ranked position. Shockwave falls just out of our top 8 for the time being, but still a little bit of time for them to claw their way back up. We'll be right back with match 64 in a moment.
All right, teams, we got about 4 more matches, so this is a good time for me to start reminding you, if you have played your last match, to please get re-inspected so that you can participate in the playoffs. Red Alliance, welcome, 3024!
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
They're joined by 6696.
They're from Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, welcome, 4043.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
Our opposing Blue Alliance, 1540.
From Portland, the Flaming Chickens.
Joining them is 6831.
They're from Hood River, Oregon, AO5 Annex.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance is 9430.
From Salem, C-Tech Robotics.
Alrighty, drivers, behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Welcome to match number 64 here at Wilsonville. Working our way through our pre-programmed autonomous periods in these first 15 seconds, mostly focusing, as many of these autonomi do, on placing coral on level 4 of each Alliance reef. Red Alliance a little bit more successful in that endeavor. They'll get a 10-point lead coming out of auto with 3 of those level 4 coral scored. Those were each worth 7 points in the autonomous period. They're then worth 5 points in the teleoperated period. And algae, as it makes its way up to the barge nets here, worth 4 points no matter how it gets there. Most teams will grab it from the opposing algae processor and toss it up from a human player. We see the signature strategy of Cardinal Dynamics so far this weekend is to collect the algae themselves with the robot and just lift it up to the center barge. They were able to do that successfully 3 times so far this match. That point differential helping secure their 9-point lead, although it's kind of fluctuating all over the place as the Blue Alliance works to chip away at things. There goes C-Tech and Flaming Chickens back and forth in pretty rapid fashion. You can just see the signature style there of the Flaming Chickens, leaving all sorts of food for that robot, for that chicken, all over the bottom right corner of your screen. Looking like the Coral Factory truck just kind of spilled over into midfield, but that is the way they like to scoop them up. Rather than from the human player, pick them up off the floor and score them on the reef. And they're able to do so in very rapid succession. As we see levels 4 and I think that's 2 fully populated over there on the Blue Alliance reef. Red Alliance working to catch up on that one. They've got level 4 complete. Level 3 is complete enough towards the RP. So they'll probably be moving on towards level 2 here in just a moment. 3 algae scored up on the center barge net for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if any more make their way upwards. It would take some algae processing. Neither alliance really dealing with processing, actually. The algae mostly getting tossed up directly. Under the center barge we go. 2 red robots parked there so far. 2 blue robots just parked. There's a 3rd park on red, and we will get the climb at the very last second from C-Tech out of Salem. That's the 9430 machine you see dangling on the deep cage there. 12 points the Blue Alliance score for that, plus 2 for their partner parked. Should secure the barge RP. We'll be right back with your scores for match 64. Results are in for match number 64. The Blue Alliance wins that qualification match 171 to the Red Alliance's 137. 5 RP for each of the blue teams, 1 RP for each of the red as our leaderboard continues to stabilize. Flaming Chickens hanging on to that number 7th ranked position, but both of their alliance partners moving up a spot or 2 each as we start winding things down. We'll be right back with match 65. Just a moment.
All right, Josh, you ready to meet the teams for this next match? Just say yes.
What? Sure, yeah, okay.
Sounds great. Red Alliance, welcome 1844.
From Portland, the Aggineers.
They're joined by 2915.
Also out of Portland, Pandemonium.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 5975.
Another team out of Portland, Beta Blues.
Pardon me. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 4662.
From Scappoose, Oregon, bite-sized Robotics.
They're joined by 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
And I am destroying the field. Rounding out our Blue Alliance, please welcome 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm, South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Welcome to match number 65. Here our pre-programmed autonomous for Blue has Swarm heading back to the Coral Station wall once more, over and over and over, actually. This is their third trip back and forth. Will they drop off the last Coral? Not quite, just 2 placed up on level 4 of the Alliance Reef during auto. But in Teleop, they are already ready to go and drop that off for 5 points at least. And Stormbots will match that now just a few seconds in, and we'll get the cycles moving. Red Alliance already sending their designated defender, Pandemonium, off of this all-Portland Alliance, locking down that top right corner of your screen as they completely lock the Stormbots out of their chosen Coral Station. Stormbots will instead drop off some algae through the processor for the Blue Alliance. It feeds to the Red Alliance human player, who gets the easy layup for 4 points of Alliance score. The other 2 Red Alliance machines, Aggineers and Beta Blues, both towards the bottom left corner of your screen. One of them looked for a minute to be scooping up Coral. Now they're just kind of driving around. And the Aggineers, hoping to process some algae here, collect 6 points of Alliance score, and do their part of the cooperation challenge in this game. Both Alliances processing 2 algae makes it a little easier to get the Coral RP later on in the match. Blue Alliance, though, well on track to just not even needing it, as they have level 4 at the adequate level, 5 Coral scored. Level 3 is looking very close, and level 2 is just 1 Coral away. Blue Alliance continues to yank some of the pre-staged algae off of their reef, as the Red Alliance now finds their rhythm a little bit in processing some of this algae. Aggineers able to pick up 6 points a moment ago for processing that. And they'll come over with another piece. Shove it through. No dice so far. A little bit of an alignment job there. But they'll get through it here in just a second. 24 seconds left to play. And our Red Alliance machine of Pandemonium already heading under the center barge. they stayed parked there through the rest of the match, it'd be worth 2 points of Alliance score. Eggoneers coming in to join them, also making some room for the Alliance partner Beta Blues. Blue Alliance with at least the Stormbots probably airborne. We'll see what happens when the lights turn off on the barge. Looks like that was probably good, but Swarm not fully off the ground. That'll be a 2-point park for them, and we'll be back with your scores in just a moment. Match 65 complete. The Blue Alliance wins that match 112-35, and they'll collect all 6 of the available ranking points in that match. That's making Swarm's position on top of your leaderboard look more and more cemented. Just 3 more matches left for them to have to defend that, although it's kind of out of their control at this point. Stormbots moving up into 5th. That's still a partially volatile range on our leaderboard, so we'll see how it shakes out. And we'll get match 66 queued up here in just a few moments.
All right, teams, one more reminder after your final qualification match to please head on over to the inspector's table so that you can be in a part of the playoffs. Red Alliance, welcome, 63-43.
From Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
Joining them, 27-33.
From Portland, the Pig Mice.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, 46-92.
From Toutle, Washington, Metal Mallards.
Checking in on our Blue Alliance, IC 5970.
From Beaverton, Beavertronics.
They're joined by 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is 997.
From Corvallis, Spartan Robotics.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Welcome to match number 66. Things get rolling here with a level 4 score of Coral on the Red Alliance Reef, followed by Steel Ridge, just barely missing their attempt here. We'll see if they can line things back up for the second one. That one's good for 7 points of Alliance score. The Blue Alliance not quite able to match it. They got one secured in auto, and the next one will wait until teleop. 28-16, it looks like, is where your scoreboard is going to stabilize for a brief moment, and off we'll go. Two Red Alliance machines back to the Coral Station wall. We've got Steel Ridge and Pig Mice. You'll see them in the top left corner of your screen, scooping up the coral from the human player up here in the corner, and bring them both over to level 4. Common early game strategy here in Reefscape. Scooping up those 5 points early on. The third member of this Red Alliance, Metal Mallards, using that signature 360-degree twist to bring their coral over. See if they're finally able to drop that off. 5 points of Alliance score, and that's good. Blue Alliance side looking a little bit more sparse, but not by too much here as Spartan and Shockwave start to find their rhythm. Shockwave's starting to diversify a little bit, not just focusing on level 4 of the Alliance Reef, but actually on level 2 and the Trough, trying to get a bit of a wider variety of locations for coral scoring to unlock that coral RP later in the match. Red Alliance now starting to run into the structural limits of what you can do while still having algae in your way, so that's going to get solved by the Pig Mice. They pull that pre-staged algae out of the reef and head back over to the Coral Station. Human player ready to go, ready to feed that robot. It is hungry at 10 a.m. on a Sunday, as is reasonable, honestly. They'll drive forward over towards the Alliance Reef. Blue Alliance defender starting to leave the area. That is Beavertronics going now to maybe chase some algae, maybe just dance with it a little bit on their way towards the central barge. They're currently parked within its tape zone, but it looks like they have their eyes on a deep cage climb. Could be worth 12 points later on. Their Alliance partners, Shockwave, rolling in to join them with pretty much the same thoughts in mind. Deep cage right in front of them. Aligning, looking to go airborne. Not quite able to make it happen before the end of the match. Beavertronics, however, able to do so. No Red Alliance robots remotely interested in the barge at the end of the match. Referees highly interested in reviewing this one. We'll be back in a moment. Match 66 is finalized. The Blue Alliance wins that one 101-100. That end game, all the difference there in that penalty-free close match. 5 RP for each of the Blue Alliance teams, 1 RP for each of the Red. Shockwave moves back up into our top 8. Again, still a very volatile range. It should start to settle out in these next 2 matches. Well, I guess statistically it has to settle after 2 now, doesn't it? I'll go drink more coffee and get ready for match 67 with more coherent thoughts in a moment.
All right, as Josh eloquently stated, there are a few more opportunities to switch up the rankings. So Red Alliance, welcome 9,600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
They're joined by 2550.
From Oregon City, Skynet.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, welcome 6443.
They're from Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, welcome to our home team, 1425.
They're from right here in Wilsonville, error code 0.
They're joined by 3636.
Out of Portland, Generals.
And balancing out the blue, 2471.
They're from just up the road in Camas, Team Mean Machine.
All right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
The second to last qualification match of the event here in Wilsonville starts off with a little bit of a collision in the autonomous period that misaligns things over here on red. We'll have a Coral landing in the trough instead of up on level 4, although that plus the mobility bonuses should still be enough for that autonomous bonus RP over here on red. 20 points ahead, the Blue Alliance gets a stronger lead with a couple of level 4 scores on top of their Alliance Reef. And so we begin. Mean Machine, Camus, picking up 6 points towards the Blue Alliance score with processing algae through the field wall. That's kind of the portal-looking shape you see in the top right corner of your screen if you're not here in the venue. Or if you just can't see, maybe you're in the cheap seats in the back, I don't judge. Blue Alliance also working on Coral score at their Alliance Reef, although not quite with as much accuracy as Mean Machine has on the algae right now. Generals dropping one of their pieces of Coral back to the field of play on their attempt for a level 4 score. Rather than scooping it back up off the ground, they have to go all the way back to the Coral station and grab their next one, and then they're able to convert that successfully into 5 points. Red Alliance side, kind of a mirror image actually. We have X-Flare Robotics, as is their tradition, processing algae through the field wall. There goes their third piece of algae processed. Human player from Mean Machine, ready to convert it into human player provided 4-point score for the Blue Alliance. A little under a minute left to play. Blue Alliance leads by about double or so, as they really start to find their groove now. Mean Machine off of algae duty, moved over to Coral Patrol. Spin around a couple times to find their bearings, and also leave some room for error code 01425 there to work on the outer edge. That's the edge closest to the Alliance station there of the Blue Alliance Reef. That side looking absolutely littered with Coral, both on the ground, but mostly on the reef. 164 points so far, as our sonar pings sound and tell us it's time to leave the ocean floor. Up in the air we'll go here. Blue Alliance, 1 bot, 2 bot, red bot, blue bot. They are good for 24 points on either side of swinging endgame climbs, as long as they can keep those wheels above the ground now when the lights turn off. We'll tally all this up and get a result to you in just a moment. Match 67 finalized. Blue Alliance will win that one 188 to 120. 6-2 RP split between these two alliances. 6 for each of the Blue Alliance teams. Just the barge and auto bonus ranking points over there on red. Code Zero hanging on to number 3 ranked position. That should be pretty well final, I think, based on the upcoming match. And Generals and Mean Machine moving up into 7th and 5th respectively. Also looking reasonably stable, although not guaranteed. Just one more match left to play here in our qualification matches at Wilsonville. Remember, teams, send your up to 3 human representatives, of which no more than 1 may be an adult, over to queuing, right? Blue side of the field to prepare for Alliance selection and check in with queuing. Again, Alliance selection delegation, no more than 3 humans, no more than 1 adult. Blue side of the field, check in with queuing. Out in the commons, it has been relocated. The queuing housing crisis continues, so you'll go out into the commons and check in with queuing there. All right. See you soon for match 68.
All right, teams, as you heard, we are going to be collecting our team representatives out in the commons. Be sure to check in with a queuer. 2 of them can be students and 1 mentor, or you can have 3 students. You get to pick. All right, let's meet the teams for this last match. Red Alliance, welcome 753!
From Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
They're joined by 1595!
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And rounding out this Red Alliance is 10444!
From Gresham, Oregon, Ursa Major.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
They're joined by 2374.
From Portland, Jesuit Robotics.
And bouncing on our Blue Alliance, welcome 9567.
They're out of Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbreakers.
All right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Final qualification match of the event is underway here at Wilsonville. It's kind of a sleepy start as far as they go, although the Blue Alliance starting to wake things up here with Cloverbots picking up 1, 2, will it be 3? Negative. But still 2 pieces of coral scored up on level 4 of the Alliance Reef, along with all those mobility bonuses. Gets them up to 23 points of Alliance scored to the Red Alliance's 9, as drivers now take the controls one last time here in Quals. Reaching up now, High Desert Droids to level, well, was going to be 3 of the Alliance Reef. That coral falls back to the field of play. They'll reset the cycle and try again, while their Alliance partners, rookies out of Gresham here, Ursa Major, reaching into the Alliance Reef, scooping out the pre-staged algae. Passing it along to their alliance partners, the Dragons, who are on algae duty once more. There's their first piece of algae processed for 6 points of alliance score, helping catch up a little bit to the 2 pieces of algae processed by the Blue Alliance so far. Unsure so far who's been doing that, although my wager would be Stormbreakers, just based on componentry of the robots and what we've seen historically over the event. Blue Alliance trying to figure out their traffic flow routes, getting air traffic clearance here towards the top edge of the Alliance Reef as they sort out amongst themselves who needs to go in which way. Stormbreakers finding their path towards the center of the reef. No game pieces actually in that robot. They're going to head over to the Alliance station soon. Yes. Maybe. Yes. Coral loaded up. They'll bring it over to the Blue Alliance Reef, potentially worth up to 5 points, minimum of 2 if they can score it somewhere here. It looks like they're going to go for a trough score for 2. And that one finally lands. Red Alliance, with 30 seconds left to try and close a 50-point deficit, is starting to work on some of the lower levels of the Alliance Reef, although down a robot in that sense. High Desert Droids called it a day a little early and head over to the barge zone. They might be airborne for 12. I can't actually tell if that last wheel is off the ground, so we'll just let our scorers let us know at the end of the match. 2 parks so far here on red, and we'll have potentially a double climb worth 24 points. Double deep cages over on blue to close out our quals. We'll be right back with final scores for match 68 in just a moment. Match 68 in the books. Blue Alliance wins that one 153-89. All 5 of 6 available ranking points picked up by the Blue Alliance there. 3 for winning the match, barge bonus for the climbs at the end. And the Coral RP, that's going to leave Cloverbots as your number 4 ranked seed going into our Alliance selection process. A fantastic place to be. And just barely on the outside of our top 8 looking in, we have 3 more teams here. Jesuit, Stormbreakers, and High Desert Droids all in pretty excellent locations on your leaderboard. We have exactly 8 minutes and 0 milliseconds until Alliance selection begins.
Teams, soon we will be moving on to the playoff tournament where 8 alliances of 3 teams each will compete against each other in a double elimination format to become the champion here at Wilsonville. But before we begin the playoffs, we need to create those 8 alliances. So here is a video which helps us explain the new selection process and remind you of the afternoon's playoff and award schedule. We'll be back in just a few minutes when the timer hits 0 to begin alliance selection. Let's roll it.
During Alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the Alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Okie dokie, everybody. Welcome to the Alliance Selection Ceremony. Yay! We made it! I think 64 matches of qualifications. Whew. We made it. I'm happy we're here. We all did so good. Pat on the back. Now, since we have already reviewed the selection rules, it's now time to create some alliances. So let's meet our #1 ranked team with a record of 11 wins and 1 losses. Please welcome Team 957.
Team 957 from Albany, Oregon, Swarm, South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Alliance #1, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 957 would like to graciously invite Team 5468 to join our alliance.
5468.
Team 5468 is from Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
On behalf of PCC Structural and all of our other gracious sponsors, Team 5468 would love to create a chaotic swarm with you.
Congratulations! All right, with that, we can invite our #2 alliance captain onto the field. Would it be possible to put the heads-up display of the available alliances on the screen? Thank you so much. All right, our #2 alliance captain is going to be 1425.
Team 1425 is from right here in Wilsonville, Oregon, error code 0.
Alliance #2, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Come on up.
Team 1425 would like to invite Team 1540 to join our alliance.
Team 1540.
Team 1540 is from Portland, Oregon, Flaming Chickens.
Team 1540 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. And with that, we can invite our #3 alliance captain down to the field. That will be 3674.
Team 3674 is from Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
Alliance #3, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 3674 would like to invite Team 2811.
Team 2811.
Team 2811 is from Vancouver, Washington. They're the Stormbots.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 2011 very excitedly accepts.
Congratulations. Moving right along to our #4 alliance captain. That is going to be 2471.
Team 2471 is from Camas, Washington, Team Mean Machine.
Alliance #4, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2471 would like to graciously invite 3636 to our alliance.
Team 3636.
Team 3636 is from Portland, Oregon, Generals.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 3636 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations! With that, we can invite our #5 alliance captain down to the field. That will be 4488.
Team 4488 is from Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
They're very prepared. Alliance number 5, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Although, I think you're ready.
Team 4488 would like to invite Team 4043 to join.
4043.
Team 4043 is from Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 4043 accepts this gracious offer.
Congratulations. Just like that, we are down to our number 6 alliance captain, which will be 2521.
Team 2521 is from Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
Alliance number 6, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2521 would like to invite Team 6696 to join our alliance.
6696.
Team 6696 is from Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 6696 would like to accept your gracious offer.
Congratulations. With that, we can swim back under the barge and invite our number 7 alliance captain to the field, 2374.
Team 2374 is from Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
Alliance number 7, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2374 would like to invite 6343 to join our alliance.
6343.
Team 6343 is from Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 6343 would love to enjoy your alliance.
Congratulations. All right, we can now invite our number 8 alliance captain to the field. That is going to be 753.
Team 753 is from Bend, Oregon, High Desert Droids.
Alliance number 8, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 753, the High Desert Droids, would like to invite Team 6443, Aimbot, to the 8th Alliance.
6443.
Team 6443 is from Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
Would you prefer to join their alliance or form your own?
Team 6443 accepts your gracious offer.
Congrats. All right, With that, Alliance 8, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to make your selection. Hold on, processing. That's what I thought. New script. Okay, we do have 2 minutes for them to talk amongst themselves, strategize, figure out who they want as their third alliance pick. So sit amongst yourselves, ruminate, think about what lunch is. All right, everybody, come back to me, come back to me. We are about to see the strategies of these alliances play out as they look to partner with teams whose robots complement their own and create the strongest possible alliance. The 8 alliances will compete in the double elimination playoff tournament, leading to a best 2 out of 3 set of final matches. During the second round of selections, all teams are going to have 90-second limits to make their pick. Alliance 8, you're clearly ready. One student may approach me, so one of you needs to go back. Love that, thank you. One student may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds does begin now. You are on the clock.
Team 753 would like to invite Team 9430 to join the 8th Alliance.
9430.
Team 9430 from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
Team 9430 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. We now have our number 8 alliance and can move back up the rankings to our number 7. Alliance number 7, when you guys are ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2374 would like to invite.
It is supposed to be 1. Yeah, you were right.
Would like to invite Team 2733 to join our alliance.
2733?
Team 2733 is from Portland, Oregon, the Pig Mice.
Team 2733 accepts your gracious offer.
Fantastic. We now have our number 7 alliance, and we can swim back out of the barge to see our number 6 alliance. When you are ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Alliance 6 would like to invite Team 1595 to join our alliance.
1595.
Team 1595 is from Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
Team 1595 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. We're now looking at our number 6 alliance, and we can move on up. Alliance number 5, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 4488 and Team 4043 would like to invite Team 3024 to join our alliance.
3024.
Team 3024 is from Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
Would like to graciously accept your generous offer. Thank you.
Congratulations. We can now move on up to our number 4 alliance. When you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 2471 and 3636 would like to invite Team 9600 to our alliance.
9600.
Team 9600 is from Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
Team 9600 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. We now have a complete number 4 alliance, which means that Alliance 3, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 3674 and 2811 would like to invite Team 2550.
2550.
Team 2550 is from Oregon City, Oregon, Skynet.
Team 2550 graciously accepts your offer.
Fantastic. We now have our number 3 alliance complete, and I get to swim underneath the barge one more time. Alliance number 2, when you are ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1425 and 1540 would like to invite Team 997 to join our alliance.
957.
Team 957 is from Albany, Oregon.
Team 997 accepts your gracious offer.
Fantastic. All right, there is one spot left in this tournament. After our #1 seed makes their final selection, it is still possible that the next 8 highest ranked unselected teams could compete. If a robot becomes non-functional during the tournament, each alliance has one opportunity to substitute in a robot from the backup pool. The backup teams will come in by ranking order, starting with the highest ranked remaining team. So we'll need the team representatives from the backup teams to confirm their participation in the playoffs with the lead queuer in just a moment. But now it is time to find out who our #1 alliance would like as a member of their alliance. Alliance #1, your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Teams 957 and 5468 would like to graciously invite Team 9567 to join our alliance.
Team 9567 is from Vancouver, Washington, Stormbreakers.
Team 9567 accepts your gracious offer.
Fantastic. All right, well done. This is looking to shape up to be an exciting tournament. A round of applause to all of our teams competing here at Wilsonville. These teams gave it their all here this weekend, and if you were not selected for the playoffs, pick an alliance to cheer for. It's more fun that way. Now, we need all of our alliance captains to stay here on the field to meet with our head referee to review playoff rules. It's now allowed to swap out an alliance captain if you need to. We're going to let these alliances strategize and prepare for the playoff tournaments, which will be beginning in an hour. See y'all then. All right, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Hello. Did we all get something good to eat? We got hydrated, we got to rest, socialized a little bit. We had Indian food. It was quite good. Always a fan of a good butter chicken. However, now it is my honor to welcome you to the playoffs and double elimination bracket tournament. Yay! In this double elimination format, once an alliance loses 2 matches, they are eliminated. 2 losses, and it's time to pick another alliance to cheer for. There are 2 brackets, the upper and lower bracket. All alliances will start in the upper bracket. Alliances that win matches progress through rounds in the upper bracket, but a losing match in the upper bracket moves you down to the lower bracket. Alliances that win matches in the lower bracket progress through the rounds in the lower bracket, but a loss in the lower bracket results in an elimination from the tournament. The winners of the upper and lower bracket play each other in a traditional best 2 out of 3 format to determine the tournament winner. To ensure teams get the time that they need to keep their robots match ready, after rounds 3, 4, and 5, we'll be taking a break to show you some videos and present some awards. I'm sure it is going to be an exciting afternoon, so get ready to cheer on our competitors. All right. It's time for our first playoff match. We are here in the upper bracket for round 1, match 1, where we've got our number 1 alliance over here on the red. And our number 8 alliance over here on the blue side of the field. The winner of this match is going to stay in the upper bracket. However, the losing alliance will drop down to the lower bracket where they will play another match to stay in this tournament. All right, Red Alliance, you know them well. Please welcome 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
They are joined by 9567.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbreakers.
And our alliance captain in our number 1 position, 9567.
Team 957's from Albany, Oregon, Swarm, the South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Meanwhile, our number 8 alliance over here on blue, starting strong with 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
They are, of course, joined by 9430.
From Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
And our number 8 alliance captain, 753.
From Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids. Match number 1 here of the playoffs of the Wilsonville District event are rolling, and it begins, as most of them do, with 15 seconds of pre-programmed autonomous. However, Red Alliance not quite picking up the points they're potentially used to there in the autonomous period. Chaos Theory hanging out kind of close to the field wall for a lot of that one. However, they do get going here in Teleop. Their alliance leads right now 48-31. Racing off now between the Coral Station and the center reef there for the Red Alliance side of the field. We got the 1-2 punch coming at you of Chaos Theory and Swarm. Now over on blue, we see Algae getting dislodged from the center reef quite a bit as it bounces around the field. Aimbot back to the Coral Station wall, picking up a piece of coral and dropping it off, almost on level 4. Falls back to the field of play. They'll reset that one more time and try again. High Desert Droids also at the Coral Station wall. A couple of pieces of coral don't quite make it into the robot, but they finally land one. Now it'll come over towards the reef. They'll lift up, aim for level 2, trying to find somewhere to place it. lands almost in the trough and instead back onto the field of play. They'll reset the cycle one more time. Minute left to play. Red Alliance has entered triple digits of score as Chaos Theory and Swarm start to dial things in. Swarm now coming over with yet another piece of coral. Drops it off level 3. It's good for 4. Chaos Theory mirroring that on the other side. That one is good as well as they just continue back and forth they go. Neither alliance sending a defender to the opposing side of the field. So it is an all-offense West Coast basketball style kind of game as we start winding things down here. About a half a minute left to play. 160 to 106 is your live score right before our sonar pings sound here in a few. 7:53, the High Desert Droids for blue. Our first contestant hanging out under the Blue Alliance barge. They're parked there for 2 right now. Alliance partners C-Tech in the air for 12 on a deep cage. Aimbot trying to match that. 3 seconds to get in the air. 2, 1. And the Red Alliance ends up with 1, possibly 2 robots airborne at the conclusion of our match. And that is it for for playoff match number 1. Playoff match number 1 is in the books. Red Alliance takes that one home. Final score 202, tying yet again our high score for the weekend. That is now 3 202 scores at this event. To the Blue Alliance's 131. So we'll see Alliance number 1 there in red again in quite a long while in match number 7 in the upper bracket. Alliance 8 in blue we'll see again in match 5, a little bit sooner in the lower bracket. Each of these teams go on to face the winner and loser respectively of our upcoming match, match number 2, which we'll get reset and ready for you in just a moment.
Alrighty, everybody, we are just about ready to start playoff match 2. And over here on the red side of the field, our number 4 Alliance versus our number 5 Alliance over here on the blue. Again, we are still up in the upper elimination bracket, which means that neither of these alliances will be out of the game just yet. However, one of them will be taking a trip down to the lower elimination bracket. All right, now that we know the stakes, let's welcome the team, starting with 2471.
From Camas, Washington, Team Mean Machine.
They are joined by 9600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
And our Red Alliance could never be complete without 3636.
From Portland, Oregon, the Generals.
All right, our number 5 Alliance captain over here on the blue, it's 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
They are joined by 3024.
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
And rounding out their wonderful alliance is 4043.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, Nerd Herd.
All right, drivers, please take a step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Welcome to match 2 of the playoffs here at Wilsonville. Already Algae getting dislodged over here on red. Coral score for 7 points. It's good. And a trough score for 3. And then add another one coming at you from X-Flare. Blue Alliance side looking like a relatively similar story. Other than that, we got a piece of coral stuck on top of a piece of algae in that one. I've seen a lot of stuff this year, but I think that might actually be the first time I've seen that one. We'll see if they dislodge that algae later on in the match and convert it into score. That's definitely something that these Blue Alliance teams, particularly 3024, is known for doing. They also are known for just lifting straight up to the barge net directly and bypassing that algae processor. They're able to do that one pretty much no problem. Cutting the processor and the human player out of the loop completely saves effectively 2 points on each cycle after all the math is said and done. 68 points on the board for red, 45 for blue. Here's Generals from Portland reaching up, picking up 5 more points for the Red Alliance score. Bringing over yet another cycle. These taking about 4 or 5 seconds each on each of these runs back to the Alliance Station wall. Here goes yet another piece of coral up, and level 4 is looking very close to complete over here on the Red Alliance Reef. Mean Machine is their alliance partner chasing down a piece of algae right now, although I think that's just kind of happenstance. They're actually after the coral. Coral aiming for level 3. It's good. 4 points to the alliance score. And that double twist mechanism on their intake, that's another unique one I haven't seen this year. Working to their advantage as they're able to scoop up a piece of coral and a piece of algae in one swing there. Algae going up in the air there from Mean Machine, lifting the barge net along with them. And now they get stuck on another piece of algae and they flail wildly to try and dislodge themselves. That intake's so heavy they're able to change their center of gravity, maybe enough to get off this algae. It's good, almost at the expense of getting their alliance partners, the Generals, stuck on the exact same piece of algae, but they live to see another day. Speaking of stuck on algae, Shockwave right underneath the Blue Alliance barge. They're barely breaking the tape line, it would appear, for at least part credit, and their alliance partners are easily airborne there, the Nerd Herd, for 12 points of climb score. So 14-point total endgame over there on blue and looking pretty similar here on red. Remember, there are no ranking points Here in the playoffs, it's all about your match score and your win-loss record. So 14 points is just 14 points. And with that said, we'll tally everything up and get back to you in just a moment with scores. Playoff match number 2 complete. It's a Red Alliance victory, 139 to 116. Red Alliance, Alliance number 4 advances on. We'll see them in match 7 playing off against Alliance number 1. And Alliance 5 moves on to match 5 in the lower bracket where they will play against Alliance 8. See you soon for match 3.
Alrighty, folks, we are still hanging out in the upper elimination bracket. No worries, it's super chill, super chill. None of these alliances will be out of the game just yet. However, one of them is going to lose and will have to take a trip down to the lower elimination bracket. Over here on the red side of the field, we have our number 2 alliance. Hello. Versus our number 7 alliance over here on the blue. All right, now that we've established the stakes, the teams. First up for our red alliance is 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Our home team, 1425.
They're from right here in Wilsonville, error code 0.
And finally for the red alliance, welcome 997.
They're from Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
Our number 7 alliance over here on the blue, represented by our team captain, 2374.
From Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
They are joined by 6343.
They're from Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
And rounding out our blue alliance is 2733.
From Portland, the Pig Mice.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Playoff match number 3 gets rolling here in Wilsonville. Already 2 pieces of coral scored, 1 for each side. We'll see if the Red Alliance is able to add 2 more in quick succession. They do. They're starting to really pull ahead and score now, 34-7. Blue Alliance starting to catch up now that the mobility bonuses tack on and the 1 more coral that they scored. 46-23, your final autonomous score as drivers now take the controls. Flaming Chickens lift up immediately here to start the teleoperated period, trying to dunk a piece of algae up on the barge net, but it falls shy, and they'll move over to coral duty briefly. Now another piece of algae in their grasp, trying to get this to go. No dice. And those only worth 4 points apiece, so they don't want to spend terribly much time on them. They'll instead move now back to their coral operation. They're only working on the algae insofar as whatever success they can get pulling them off of the original reef positions. And the signature chicken scratch all around the Red Alliance side of the field, just coral absolutely everywhere. We'll let them and error code 0 get through all of that and take a look over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Spartan Robotics is the Red Alliance machine sent down there to try and defend in blue turf. However, the Blue Alliance mostly not deterred. There's Steel Ridge back at the coral station, picking up a piece of coral, no problem. They'll bring it over towards the inner south face of the Blue Alliance reef. Pick up 4 points of Alliance score there on level 3. 2 Blue Alliance machines also back to the coral station wall. Don't flip over. There we go. Both of those machines in the 2000s picking up Blue Alliance score to the tune of 4 points per piece of coral. And they will continue their cycles once more. Yet more coral reaching the floor of play here on the Red Alliance side of the field. Have to imagine they're just about running out of coral at this point. In fact, that does look to be the case here from the Flaming Chickens human player. So now it's all up to the robots on that side of the field. Error code 0 lines up level 2, good for 3. Flaming Chickens mirror that, 3 more. And our sonar pings sound code 0. Here's the call. Sees the deep cage right in front of them there under the center barge. Looking for a lift out of here. See if they can make it happen in 4 seconds. Right now, just 3 parks here on red, smashing into the barge at the last second. Flaming Chickens. That's going to be it with all of our robots still on the field of play at the end of the match. We'll be right back with results from match 3. Playoffs match number 3 results have been finalized. The Red Alliance wins that playoff match 142-107, and Alliance 2 will advance along in our upper bracket. We'll see them again in quite a while there in match number 8. They'll play against whoever wins our next match. And Alliance 7 there in blue continues along into the lower bracket. They have a pretty quick turnaround. We'll see them again in match number 6 very soon, where they will play whoever loses the next match. Be right back for match 4, our last match of round 1 here at Wilsonville.
All right, we are quickly moving through these matches. However, we are still in the upper elimination bracket. We have our number 3 alliance over here on the red side of the field. Hello. And our number 7 alliance over here on the blue. I apologize, they're number 6. Put some respect on their name. All right, red alliance, please help me in welcoming 2550.
From Oregon City, Oregon, Skynet.
Their alliance captain, 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
And rounding out our wonderful red alliance is 2811.
They're from Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
Our number 6 alliance over here in the blue, welcome 1595.
They're from Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
They're joined by 2521.
They're from Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
And completing our blue alliance is 6696.
From Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
For our last match here in round 1 of our playoffs, again, we have alliances 3 and 6 facing off here. Alliance 3 very quickly putting up 3 pieces of coral on the top row of the Red Alliance reef. Let's make that 4 for good measure. Blue Alliance looking to mirror it. They do even score at 37. Coming out of the autonomous period, should be a nice spicy match the whole way through. We'll see how this one shakes out. Cardinal Dynamics start us off with their signature focus on algae. Reaching up now, they missed their first algae shot. Second one, however, good for 4 points of Blue Alliance score. They'll look to scoop up another one here as they continue to dislodge algae from the pre-staged sections of the reef. Red Alliance machine stuck on a piece of algae now. It's the defender that was sent over there. That is Skynet. Caught in the firewall of algae. We'll see if they're able to dislodge themselves at some point. Pretty much it's going to take, I think, somebody coming through and bumping them out of the way to get them back in action. Minute and 25 left to play. Red Alliance, 2 remaining machines. Moving around over here on picking up level 4 coral scores for 5 points apiece. There was Stormbots successfully. In comes Cloverbots. Yet another one. Level 4 is 1 coral shy of complete. And the defender over here from blue has taken notice. That is the Dragons from Spokane bouncing around, trying to lock down these coral stations to whatever degree they can. They're largely focusing on wherever the Stormbots decide to go. Unsuccessful defense on that run. They'll try to lock it down one more time. Their robot just a little on the smaller side compared to the grab range of the intake for the Stormbots machine. A little over a half a minute left to play. Still anybody's game. 4 points separate your 2 alliances. Blue Alliance starting to build up level 3 of their alliance reef right now. Here's CERT out of Eugene. Another 4-pointer. Scored there with no real drama. One more coming in at you, and this will just shy of complete level 3 of the Alliance Reef. 2 red robots parked under the barge so far. 1 blue from the Dragons. Each of the Red Alliance machines climbing now. However, only Cloverbots looks relatively sure to me that they are airborne for 12 points. Stormbots may still have a wheel on the ground. We'll see what our scorers have to say. And 2 parks over on blue is all she wrote for this playoffs match. Adults are in for playoff match number 5. It's the Blue Alliance. 132 points to the Red Alliance's 126. Our first lower seeded win of the playoffs so far. Alliance 6 there in blue will advance along to play against Alliance 2 in match 8 in a little while. Much sooner, our Red Alliance there, Alliance 3, will play in an elimination match against Alliance 7 in just 2 matches. Quick turnaround, and speaking of turnarounds, we'll get ready for match number 5, lower bracket match, here in just a moment.
Alrighty, teams, I hope that you are ready to take a little trip with me. Here we are in the lower elimination bracket. Now, separately than the upper elimination bracket, one of these alliances will be done playing for the day. Super unfortunate. However, the other alliance will get to keep on playing in their attempt to make it to the finals. Over on the red side of the field, we have our number 8 alliance. Hello. And our number 5 alliance over here on the blue. All right, you in the stands, be sure to cheer your hearts out. Otherwise, your favorite team might not make it. Red Alliance, welcome 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, aimbot.
They are, of course, joined by 9430.
From Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
And rounding out our wonderful Red Alliance over here is 753.
From Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance and hoping to stay in the game, our Alliance captains, 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
They are joined by 3024.
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
And completing our alliance is 4043.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Lower bracket winner needs this one to advance along, and the loser gets to pack up their pits. We'll see how it shakes out. Red Alliance with an early lead in auto, and not a lot of Coral score overall to look to change that. Blue Alliance so close to a buzzer beater there, but not quite. That said, they'll still end up with a very slight lead of 6 points coming out of the autonomous period. Now off we go. Drivers taking control of the machines. Here's the Red Alliance machine, second-year team C-Tech Robotics lining up with level 3 of the Red Alliance Reef. That's good for 4 points. Alliance partners out of Bend, the High Desert Droids lining up with level 2. That one's good for 3. And they'll continue to assemble this as we go. Favorite team over there from Ashland on the Blue Alliance. Scoop piece of algae from the pre-staged collection on the Reef. Reaching upwards now, they're looking for 4 points for the Alliance score, and that dunk is successful. They'll try that one again, just continue to refresh the cycles while their Alliance partners work diligently on building up level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef. Stay on all the wheels there, Nerd Herd. We talked about this one yesterday. Reaching up towards level 4 for 5 more points. That one's good with relatively little drama. Shockwave coming into just shy of complete level 4, but the Coral falls back to the field of play. We're about halfway through level 4 assembly over here on Red, High Desert Droids and Aimbot. Continuing to stack up game elements over here. C-Tech rolls in for a third contribution. And that one is successful for 4 points of Alliance score. Onwards and onwards and onwards we go. Just 3 points separating your two alliances. Favorite team from Blue reaching up now, and they'll pick up yet another set of 4 points. There are 20 points worth of algae just scored on top of that center barge for the Blue Alliance. And no real signs of that slowing down quite yet, other than our sonic pings, our sonar pings rather, indicating it's time to leave the sea floor. 1 Red Alliance machine, probably 2 Red Alliance machines airborne on deep cages. Let's make that a triple, up to 36 points here, so long as they stay that way through the end of the match. An impressive endgame that may well tip the balance of the match after the Blue Alliance scoops up what appears to only be 16 points in endgame. We'll get a final result to you just as soon as we have it. Results are in for this elimination match. Propelled to victory by that impressive endgame, the Red Alliance advances along in our lower bracket, 128 to 114. And we'll see more of Alliance 8 in a little while. Match number 10, they'll go on to play whoever wins this next upcoming match. And with that said, we must bid a fond adieu to our number 5 Alliance. Well played all weekend and through 2 rounds of our playoffs. Folks, let's hear it for 4488 Shockwave and their selections 4043 the Nerd Herd and 3024 Favorite Team. We'll be right back with match number 6 in the lower bracket.
Alrighty, folks, I hope that you are still comfy cozy here in the lower elimination bracket. Just as last time, one of these alliances will be knocked out of the game. However, the other alliance will get to keep on continuing their journey towards the finals. Over here on the right side, on the red side of the field, my apologies, is our number 7 alliance. Hello. And on the blue is our number 3 alliance. Like I said, one of these alliances will be done playing for the afternoon, so make sure that you're cheering nice and loud for them. Starting strong with 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
They are accompanied by 6343.
Steel Ridge.
And rounding out our red alliance, 2733.
That's the Pigma.
Over here on the blue alliance and hoping to stay in the game, 2550.
Skynet.
Their alliance captain, 3674.
I'm feeling lucky today. That's the Cloverbots.
And our blue alliance would not be complete without 2811.
Stormbots.
All right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Semifinal match number 6 underway here at Wilsonville. A lot of elevators up in the air right now. 1 coral scored up high for that red alliance. 1 coral, make that 2 coral scored up high for the blue alliance. Red alliance says, thank you very much. I'm going to take another one and add it to that top. Looks like right at the end, Jesuit didn't quite make it there in time, but their drivers will step forward and take control, lining up with the top of the reef with that piece of coral. And it looks like they are ready, and they score that L4. Pig mice next to them, lining up to another L4, but they do hit the reef pretty hard, and they decide to take a realignment and go somewhere else. Blue Alliance, 2811, Stormbots scores up high. Their alliance partner is 3674. The Cloverbots just misses, but it falls down to L1, where it will still count for 2 points. Red Alliance has sent a defender over to the blue side of the field. That's Steel Ridge. They're going to park themselves in front of the Cloverbots human player. Cloverbots, unfazed, goes to the other side of the field where they're then hit by Steel Ridge. But they manage to grab a piece of coral despite being under defense. Arm up. They score it really fast. Next to their alliance partners, the Stormbots. Blue side of the field, we have Skynet over here playing defense against the Pig Mice. Pig Mice having a little bit of trouble lining up to the Jesuit human player, but they do manage to get that piece of coral. Lining up to the front side of the reef. Their arm is up. They're taking a little bit of extra time, but they do make it. Skynet causing chaos over by the human player station on the red side of the field. Jesuit manages to sneak past them, grab a coral, line up to the top, and they finish that L4 at the same time, scrubbing an algae off of the top. 52 seconds left in this match. Pig Mice make a score. Jesuit go to score on level 3, and on the blue side of the field, Stormbots make their way over to the reef to join their alliance partners, the Cloverbots, as they dodge Steel Ridge to place those coral. Steel Ridge going for Stormbots, but it's too late. Stormbots has already left the human player station with a piece of coral to join Cloverbots on that reef. They are now filling the 3rd level as all of Blue Alliance's L4s are filled with coral, and we are entering the end game period. Skynet up off the ground. Their robot is up in the air. Cloverbot's up in the air, and the Blue Alliance is currently ahead. Can the Red Alliance make it back up here in the last couple of seconds? And it looks like we have a triple climb on the Blue Alliance. All 3 robots up off the ground. Let's see if they can hold it until the end of the match. That's the buzzer. Absolutely incredible. That is a rare sight to see all 3 of those robots off the ground. And we will have your final scores for playoffs match number 6 in a moment. Let's take a look at the winner of this match. Moving on is the Blue Alliance. 127 to 89. A good chunk of those points coming from those Coral, 82 of them, and a lot from Barge, 36 points, meaning all 3 climbs did count in the end. And the Blue Alliance, that's Alliance number 3, will advance to match number 9. And unfortunately, that does mean we have to say goodbye to an Alliance. Team 2733, the Pig Mice. Team 6343, Steel Ridge. And Team 2374, Jesuit Robotics. You all did fantastically, and we'll see you in the future.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the upper elimination brackets. That means that neither of these alliances are done playing just yet. However, one of them will need to take a trip down to the lower elimination bracket. Over here on the right side of the field, our number 1 alliance. And likewise on the blue side of the field, our number 4 alliance. The energy you guys are bringing today. Welcome, 5468.
Chaos Theory.
They are accompanied by 9567.
The Stormbreakers.
And our alliance captains, 957.
That's Swarm.
To stay in the upper elimination bracket. Welcome, 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
They are accompanied by 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And completing our blue alliance is 3636.
That's the Generals.
right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
We start this upper bracket up here with 5468 Chaos Theory placing Coral very quickly next to their alliance partners. Swarm on the red side of the field, 4 Coral up for red, 2 Coral for blue, but Mean Machine returns. Will they be able to get that third? And they do. And Chaos Theory and Swarm have placed a total of 6 Coral on the red reef during the autonomous period. Here we are in teleop. Mean Machine quickly scrubbing that reef clean so that their alliance partners, the Generals, can go and start placing Coral. Mean Machine already up high for the algae, and they return back to the human player station where they're going to grab more coral from the ground to place on the reef. Their alliance partners, the Generals, up high. They place it on L4, return to their human player. It's in the robot, and they return back to the reef. Elevator up once again, line up, and it's good. X-Flare over at the processor, and that is another piece of algae process. Red human player, Stormbots up to the top. Sorry, that's Stormbreakers. And it's up in the reef. Over on the red side of the field, Chaos Theory. Coral in hand, up to level 3. Line up, it's good. Their alliance partners, the Stormbreakers, having a little bit of a communication issue with them, but they do manage to sort themselves out as the robots dance around each other. And Stormbreakers head back to the processor on the red side of the field. Stormbreakers lining up, and it's in, going to that blue human player. Over on the other side, Swarm having to deal with X-Flare. X-Flare has come over to start playing defense on the Red Alliance. But Swarm says, I don't care. I'm going to go over to that Chaos Theory human player, and they successfully grab a piece of coral from the human player. X-Flare has now figured this out and is now going and trying to push around Swarm, and it is quite effective, but Swarm does manage to get it in just at the edge of the human player station, and they're moving all the way around by their teammates, Chaos Theory, to go and place it on the back side of the reef. Elevator going up, and it looks like they're going to complete that level 4 for the Red Alliance. Currently 179, 160 with 28 seconds left. It is a fairly close match. Last piece of algae getting scrubbed from the blue reef, and it goes up to the very top. Generals launching it all the way up like we've been seeing. It is very, very close. X-Flare lining up to their deep cage, but it's swinging wildly. Chaos Theory, climber deployed, Swarm climber deployed, and they are both lining up next to each other. Mean Machine is up in the air. X-Flare still struggling to get that deep climb. Chaos Theory not quite able to get up off the ground, and our final score at the end of the match is 196 to 181 without climbs included, and we will get those final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at the final scores for match number 7 up on the big screen. Your winner is the Red Alliance. 206 to 201, a new high score for this event. Wow. 56 points of algae for the Red Alliance, 131 Coral against the 116 and 62 respectively for the Alliance number 4. I want to note that in any other match this competition, Alliance 4 would have won that match with 201. However, Alliance number 1 putting in 206. That is a new record for this competition. And Alliance 1 will continue in the upper bracket to match number 11. Meanwhile, Alliance number 4 will descend to the depths where they will compete in the lower bracket and try to fight their way back up to the finals.
All right, after that high score match, it will be tough to beat. However, we do still have some good news that we are still here in the upper elimination bracket, meaning that both of these alliances will not be out of the game just yet. Over here on the red side of the alliance, our number 2 alliance in the red, hello. It's always the red side of the field. Have you guys noticed that? Meanwhile, over here on the blue side of the field is our number 6 alliance. Hello. Like I said, no one will be out of the game just yet. However, nobody really wants to take a trip down to the lower elimination bracket, so both of these alliances better try their best. Over here on the red side of the field, welcome 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Their alliance captains, 1425.
That's the home team, error code 0.
And completing our red alliance is 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Hoping to stay in this upper elimination bracket is 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
They're, of course, joined by 1595.
That's the Dragons.
And our alliance captains, 2521.
South Eugene Robotics team, that's Sir.
All right, drivers, take a step behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Match number 8 of the playoffs underway, and the Red Alliance making a quick impression on the reef. 1 coral up for red, 1 coral up for blue, but 1540, the Flaming Chickens, add a second coral to the upper top part of the reef. Make that 3 coral. Over on the blue side, Cardinal Dynamics, just before taking control of the robot, picked up 1 more piece of coral and put it up on L4. Meanwhile, they cycle to the center of the field and place that algae up on the barge. Cert over on the blue side of the field, lining up to the reef. Looks like they might be having some driving issues, but we'll see if they can come back from that in a moment. And Cert goes over a piece of algae, unfazed though, returns to their human player, where they now have a piece of coral in hand, trying to line up to the reef alongside their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics. But currently, Spartan Robotics sitting in front of that human player station, and they're going to try to slow down the cycles of Cardinal as much as they possibly can. They're currently being very effective, but Cardinal still able to get all the way to their human player. Now, if that coral can just get in their robot, and it does, and they return to the reef. Over on the red side of the field, 1540, the Flaming Chickens quickly cycling coral off of the ground, putting it up on the 3rd level of that reef, and the Red Alliance 4th level is all complete. They are currently being defended by 1595, the Dragons, who are sitting in front of the human player station. They now cycle to the other side, where 1540, the Flaming Chickens, is trying to grab some coral from, but 1540 has a ground intake, so they are unfazed by the defense at the moment. Dragons understand this and return over to the other side human player, where they will try to defend against the home team, error code 0, and 1595, the Dragons are stuck in front of the red driver station. Over on the blue side of the field, Cardinal, elevator up, elevator down, and in that time they score an L4, leaving only 2 4th levels remaining on the blue reef. Spartan Robotics still putting in expert defense over on the blue side of the field, putting themselves between Cardinal and the human player station. Cert lines up and places an L2 as we enter the endgame period, and we see error code 0 up in the air, having climbed successfully for this match. Chickens join them in the barge zone, lining up with their climber deployed, trying to get it settled inside the robot, but it seems like it's stuck on the intake, and we end the match with only error code 0 up in the air. Preliminary score is 125 to 110. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Your winner, the Red Alliance! Walking away from this match 139 to 112. The Red Alliance taking away Alliance 6 score in Coral, in addition to their barge points and the couple of algae that they got. Alliance number 2, the Red Alliance, will advance to match number 11, while Alliance number 6 will drop down to the lower bracket where they will fight to remain in the competition against the other teams down in the depths. And with that, I will hand you back over to your other game announcer, Josh Clark.
All right, folks, we are back in the lower elimination brackets. Dun dun. It's exciting, it's fun. However, just to recap, one of these alliances will be done playing for the weekend, and one of them will get to continue on towards the finals. Over here on our Red Alliance, let's hear it for our number 4 alliance. Meanwhile, over here on the blue side of the field and very much wanting to stay in the game is our number 5 alliance. All right, let's introduce the teams. Starting over here on the red side of the field, of course, with our captains, 2471.
Psych, I'm still here. It's Mean Machine.
They are accompanied by 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And completing our Red Alliance is 3636.
The Generals.
Over here on our blue side of the field, please welcome 2550.
Skynet.
Their alliance captains, 3674.
That's the Cloverbots.
And completing our wonderful blue alliance is 2811.
Stormbots.
All right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We re-enter the lower bracket, and elevators are all up on the Blue Alliance, but Stormbot's crabbing sideways, and it appears they may have missed one of their targets. Over on the blue side of the field, Generals make a score up high. Mean Machine joins them, and that is 3 up high for the Red Alliance, 2 up high for the Blue Alliance, but Cloverbot's very quickly going to line up and place the one that they had in auto. Same with Stormbot's. And on the other side of the field, Generals place one up high. X-Flare placing an algae very quickly in the processor like we've been seeing them do all competition. They grab another one, bounced off with an assist from Mean Machine, and they are now scoring again in the processor. Skynet playing some crazy defense on Generals, and Generals up in the air received their swerve modules above the ground. And they decide to run away with a piece of coral in hand. Skynet, though, wants to keep defending them and prevents Generals from getting another piece of algae. Generals miraculously still gets a piece of algae in that robot. Mean Machine, a little bit unfazed as they have a ground intake, goes to score onto the 3rd level, but it just misses and falls to level 1. Elevator up, it's good on 3. Generals lining up just before they get hit by Skynet, and Skynet pushes them out of the way before they get another coral in their robot. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance, Stormbots, arm up and over. Cloverbot's just having placed in level 3. Stormbots places in level 3 next to them, and that Blue Alliance upper reef is all full, and they are now on the 3rd level. Human player from the Blue Alliance and Skynet throws an algae up into the barge, and it's good. X-Flare has now moved over to the blue side of the field and is going to defend against Stormbots and the Cloverbots. Stormbots now lined up with their human player. They grab one of those corals, and they are moving over to join their teammate in that safety zone around the reef. They line up to level 2. They score it. It's good before returning back to the defense of X-Flare. Skynet has lined up with 30 seconds left to go, and they're going to try to do that deep climb before the end of the match. 36-36, the Generals have grabbed a piece of coral, and Skynet is up in the air with 20 seconds left. We're in the end game, and X-Flare is now joining in the center of the field. Mean Machine as well, and it looks like Cloverbots are up in the air. Stormbots looking like they are trying to line up as well. And Mean Machine up in the air with the end of the match. 173 to 132, sorry, 147 to 132 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, but we'll have your final scores in a moment. Your final scores in match number 9, and it's the Blue Alliance! 173 to 136. Very high score seeing in this match. 108 scored from Coral by that Blue Alliance, 26 from Barge. Means that not all 3 of those climbs counted, but a good portion of them did. And the Red Alliance, 81 on Coral, nothing to scoff at, of course, and 42 on Algae, still very, very impressive. And of course, Alliance number 3 will move on to match number 12 in the lower bracket. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our number 4 Alliance, Team 9600, X-Flare Robotics. Team 2471, Team Mean Machine. And Team 3636, the Generals. You all put on some amazing matches. Thank you.
All right, everybody, a little bit of an upset in that last match. However, we are still in the lower elimination bracket, so unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to one of these alliances. Over here on the red side of the field, please welcome our number 6 alliance. And our number 8 alliance over here on the blue. All right, let's see which team's gonna get to go to the finals. First up, welcome 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
They're, of course, joined by 1595.
The Dragons.
And our alliance captains over here on the red, 2521.
That's the South Eugene Robotics team.
Over here on the blue and still very much in the game is 6443.
Aimbot!
They're joined by 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
And if I can avoid stepping over our field resetters, we have 753.
The High Desert Droids.
All right, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Playoffs match number 10 underway. Cert already with a piece of coral up top. Their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, doing the same. And on the other side of the field, Aimbot just sails over the top of the reef, but it does fall down to what looks like probably L1. And the drivers step forward and take control of the robots. Dragons swerving underneath that deep cage and already have placed themselves over in front of the Blue Alliance human player stations. 753, the High Desert droids already finding it difficult to reach that human player, but they do end up there, and there's no human player to take a piece of coral from. Aimbot on the other side, elevator up, lines up, and they just go over the top again, knocking one of their other coral down to L1 when it was previously unscored. Red Alliance, elevator up from Cardinal, elevator up from Cert, both of them placing very successfully before returning to their human players and moving on undefended. They continue to place up high. Cert unfortunately missing one of them, but will return back and give it another attempt in a moment. Over on the blue side of the field, SeaTac lined up with their human player, and they are lining up with the level 3 of the reef on the blue side of the field. Dragons still expertly placing them in front of Aimbot. Aimbot swerving around and decides to go play defense on the other side of the field, realizing that the Blue Alliance needs to start slowing down the Red Alliance's scoring potential. Aimbot over in front of the Red Alliance. Cert moving over to the Cardinal Dynamics human player and accepts a piece of coral before it moves into the robot. Aimbot is going to go around and try to slow down some of the other robots on the field. They currently look like they might be having some driving issues. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like 753 trying to place on the second level, and they are successful with it. Currently, no level 4s being placed by the Blue Alliance. A lot of level 4s being placed by the Red Alliance. 81-45 with 30 seconds left in this match. Aimbot currently looks like they are stuck on the Red Alliance. They are not moving. It seems like they are lodged on a piece of algae or something. But you know what they say, robots don't quit, and neither will they. Cert over on that side of the field has a piece of coral in hand, and they try to put it up on the second level, but it just misses, unfortunately. And Cardinal moves over to that barge zone. SeaTac up in the air right at the end of the match. Preliminary scores looking pretty sealed and dealed at 104-50. We'll see in a moment with your final scores. Let's take a look at your final scores from match number 10. And the winner, the Red Alliance. 106-74. Blue Alliance bringing it back fairly nicely in the end game, but it unfortunately wasn't quite enough for them. 85 points in coral to 41 points. Red versus blue. 24 points on the barge for the Blue Alliance as they made a valiant effort to make their way back up, but it unfortunately wasn't quite enough. Alliance number 6 will advance to match number 12. And of course, this means that we say goodbye to our number 8 Alliance. Team 9430 SeaTac Robotics. Team 6443 Aimbot. And Team 753, the High Desert Droids.
All right, everybody, we pause your regularly scheduled qualification, playoff matches for a special event. If you've come to an award segment before, this is a little bit different. I think this is the first time that I have had the honor of presenting this award. It is the Digital Animation Award. Yeah, so please, I'd like to invite down to the field Team 5468, Chaos Theory. Come on down. Chaos Theory is from Bend, Oregon. Their award-winning animation is being shown at all First Robotics animation events. At all First Robotic competitions around the world this season. Here is what the judges had to say about their work. Very well done. We're blown away by the professional lighting and color grading, and we loved the stylistic 2D animated overlays. And all around, very cohesive, polished animation with a cute story and beautiful visuals. Once Chaos Theory gets up here, we will roll the video. Congratulations, Chaos Theory, to a job well done. And with that, we can now get back to the matches. Yep, let's load up the robots.
And it goes like this, and it goes like that. If we bringing you the vibes, and it's all today. If we coming around, and we ain't here to play.
All right, with that award segment out of the way, we can get back to the matches, and I'm pretty excited for this one. We have our #1 alliance over here on the red and our #2 alliance over here on the blue. The winner of this match will be going to the finals. However, the loser will have to take a quick trip down to the lower elimination bracket to see if they can continue to the finals through that route. Over here on the red, our #1 alliance, welcome 5468!
Chaos Theory!
They're joined by 9567!
The Stormbreakers!
And our #1 alliance captains, 957!
Let's see if I can do this without losing my voice again. It's
Over on our blue alliance, they're no slouch. They're the #2 teams, 1540.
The Flaming Chickens!
Air alliance captains, 1425.
Error code 0!
And our #2 alliance could not be complete without 997.
Spartan Robotics!
All right, drivers, step behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Wilsonville playoffs, #11, Chaos Theory up to the top, Swarm up to the top, 1425, Error Code 0 up to the top. And it looks like 997 Spartan just misses out on that coral, but they'll be able to resume once teleop starts. Looks like 4 coral up for the Blue Alliance, 3 coral up for the Red Alliance. Make that 4, make that 5. Swarm up against the human player station. They get 1 piece of coral. They return to the reef. And they line up for the 4th level. It's good. Over on the blue side of the field, Chickens score a piece of coral up high. Error Code scores a piece of coral up high as well. And a piece of algae comes flying off the reef from the Flaming Chickens. Meanwhile, 997 Spartan Robotics over on the red side of the field, placing themselves in front of the Chaos Theory human player. Chaos Theory still lining up with the Swarm human player, where they will receive a piece of coral very quickly from the human player, lining up, elevator up, all the way up to L4. It's good. Blue Alliance, Error Code has a piece of coral in their robot. They are lining up on the opposite side of the Flaming Chickens. Meanwhile, Spartan throws a piece of algae up into the barge. Error Code, level 3, good. Chickens, level 3, good. And that Blue Alliance, level 4, is looking rather complete. Over on the red side of the field, there's still 2 L4s left to be placed, and Chaos Theory doesn't like the sound of that. Over on the back side, up, good. They only have 1 level 4 remaining. There's only 1 piece of algae remaining on the blue side of the field, and most likely Chickens will remove it in the next couple of seconds here. 45 seconds remaining, 132 to 113. It's still anyone's game at this point. Elevator up for Error Code, and it's good on level 3. Chickens lining up on the other side of the reef with a piece of coral next to their alliance partner, and they score on level 2. Chaos Theory on the red side of the field trying to figure out where they want to place, and it looks like there's a level 3 available for them, and now that level 3 is looking almost completely full for the Red Alliance, but they're going to give up on the reef and move over to the climbs. Climbers deployed. Error Code lining up with theirs. Swarm up in the air. Chaos Theory up in the air. Chickens lining up. Can they get it at the last second? 5 seconds remaining. Error Code up in the air at the very end. Chickens not pulling back anymore. And that is the end of the match. 164 to 140 preemptively. And we'll have your final scores from match number 11 to you in a moment. We have scores. Let's find out who's going to the finals. Who wants to find out who's going to the finals? I thought so. Roll it. Your final scores and your winners, the Red Alliance. 188 to 156. Alliance number 1 walking away with 113 in coral, only 2 points more than the Blue Alliance is 111. A lot of the points coming down to the barge and the algae, 42 on that algae, being scored a lot by the human player. Of course, that means Alliance number 2 will fall to match number 13 in the lower bracket, where they will fight their way back up. And Alliance number 1 has sealed the deal into the finals.
All right, folks, after that exciting match to figure out who is going to the finals, we are back down in the lower elimination bracket. For a little bit of emotional support, I have Crush the Turtle with me, and he is also with all of you. Meeting the teams over here on the red side of the field, we have our number 6 Alliance. Hello. And on the blue side of the field, our number 3 Alliance. One of these alliances will be done playing for the day. However, the other one will still have a shot at the finals. So Red Alliance, make some noise for 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
They're joined by 1595.
The Dragons.
And our Red Alliance captains, 2521.
The South Eugene Robotics team, Sir Walkfester Emerald Zert.
Our Blue Alliance is very much still in the game, 2550.
Skynet.
Their Alliance captains, 3674.
Cloverbots.
And our Blue Alliance could not be complete without 2811.
Stormbots. And special shout out to Crush for making his debut on an official field.
All right, drivers, step behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Wilsonville playoffs, match number 12. The entire Blue Alliance lining up for the level 4. 2 out of 3 go up. Generals lining up with the human player. Sorry, not Generals. 2811, the Stormbots lining up with their human player and getting another one up there. On the other side of the field, Sir having placed a good number of coral on that scoring side of the reef. We move into the teleoperated period, and 6696 Cardinal Dynamics making a piece of algae fly up into the barge before going and removing another piece from the reef. 2521 CERT tangling with 2550, that's Skynet, as they both fight for the same space on the field. Skynet sent over by the Blue Alliance to defend against the Red Alliance, and they are being quite effective at the moment. 2521 currently being pinned to the wall over on the red side of the field, but Skynet still trying their best. And 6696 pushes Skynet up onto a piece of algae, and that piece of algae is caught in 2550's swerve module over on the blue side of the field. Cloverbots up with their alliance partners, the Stormbots, and they have almost completely filled that 4th level. Only 1 spot on that reef remains. Red Alliance, only 2 spots remain. Make that 1 spot once 2521 scores, and the Blue Alliance has finished their upper level of their reef. Lots of swerving around going on around the Blue Alliance as 1595, the Dragons, are in the way of the Blue Alliance being sent there to defend them. 1595 predicting that Stormbots will go over to one side of the field, but instead Stormbots see that and move to the other side. Stormbots having grabbed a piece of coral and places it on L3. Over on the red side of the field, that final piece of coral on L4 gets placed by 2521, and another piece of algae expertly soars into that barge by 6696. That's Cardinal Dynamics. 2550 lining up with their deep cage. Let's see if they can get that climb here and solidify it. They're up against a piece of algae, but it looks like they're up in the air, and they kick that piece of algae away. With 20 seconds left, we're in the end game now. Lining up is 3674, the Cloverbots. They had to push another piece of algae out of the way, but they're up in the air now. Stormbots looking like they're also going to join the climb, trying to make that another triple, and it is a triple. 1595, it sounds like there was something snapped inside of the robot, and we end the match 113 to 115 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Only 2 points separating them. We'll see if Climbs had anything to do with the final score, and we'll get that final score to you in just a moment. Let's take a look at your final scores up on the screen. Your winner, the Blue Alliance. 151 to 121, 30 points separating these two alliances, and 36 barge points. That means all 3 of the Blue Alliance's climbs counted at the end there. That moves Alliance number 3 on to match number 13, and unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to yet another alliance. Alliance number 6, 1595, the Dragons. Team 6696, Cardinal Dynamics. And 2521, the South Eugene Robotics team, that's CERT. You all gave us some wonderful matches to watch. And with that, I'm going to retire for the rest of this competition, going off duty. And for the remainder, Josh Clark, your other game announcer, will take you into the finals.
All right, everyone, now that we know who will be going to the finals, we can start our first award segment. Yay, awards! All right, a little bit of housekeeping for you. I'm gonna take you on a tour of how you will enter and exit this field. Two-sided events are always a little bit tricky, so be patient, be kind, walk, don't run, all that regular safety stuff. How it's gonna work is regardless of which side of the stands you are on, you are going to come to this side, over where the judges are, of the field, starting over here on the blue and moving towards the red. So you will come down this way. There will be stanchions opened on either side so you can get over to us quickly. You will go, yay, judges, high five, elbow, fist bump, yay, we won an award. Oh my gosh, I'm so proud. We worked so hard for this, woohoo! You will then take an abrupt right onto the field of the red side, come on over where you will stand and pose with your team, and our lovely photographer, Tom, will take your photo. You will smile, say thank you, Tom, we worked so hard on this. And then you will exit also on the red side of the field and head back to your seats. You can either exit this side if you're on this side of the stands, or you can head back this side where there's already stanchions opened. There are some tripping hazards. Do not trip over the yellow jackets. Take your time. I'm walking around in like 3-inch platforms. I'm not running. Neither should you be. Okay, do we got it? Excellent. I'm so proud of all of you. All right, with that, it is my joy to welcome you to our first awards segment. We have 4 awards to present here, so let's welcome to the field our judges. All right, first up, the Imagery Award is in honor of Jack Kamen, Dean's father, for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic integration of machine and team appearance.
This team has a real eye for design. They put the ARG in artwork. Their robot protects the reefs as it sails the high seas.
Congratulations, team number 1359.
Team 1359 is from Lebanon, Oregon. They are the Scalawags.
Our next award is the Gracious Professionalism Award, which celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values such as continuous gracious professionalism, working together both on and off the field of play. The winning team exemplifies the principles of FIRST: fairness, humility, positivity, and respect.
This team is a beacon in the night. When other teams were stuck in the sandbar, this team lent a helping hand. There's no error with this team around.
Join us in congratulating Team 1425.
Team 1425 is from right here at Wilsonville High School in Wilsonville, Oregon. Our code 0.
Next up, the Team Spirit Award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST.
This team's numbers stand true. They seed out others to join their flock, sailing over the seas in tiaras into the Team Spirit Award.
Congratulations, Team 6696.
Team 6696 is from Corbett High School in Corbett, Oregon. Cardinal Dynamics.
And finally, the Rising All-Star Award celebrates a team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being young. This could be the result of being a new team or a team with recent turnover in membership.
This team went from mini to king size. They used the stars to navigate through turbulent waters. Through their diligence, they have built a sustainable future.
Join me in congratulating Team 4662.
Team 4662 is from the Scappoose High School in Scappoose, Oregon. Bite-sized Robotics.
All right, congratulations to all of our award winners. We've got many more awards to present, but now let's get back to the matches. Judges, thank you for your time. Please have a seat so that we can prepare for the field for round 5, our last match before we move on to our finals. Alrighty, folks, now that we've got some awards to take home, let's get back to the matches. We are in our final match here in the lower elimination bracket, meaning that one of these teams will get to go on to the final and the other ones will have to sit out for the rest of the day. So, stakes are a little bit high. I expect the energy to be as well. Over here on our Red Alliance, please welcome 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Their Alliance captain and our home team, 1425.
They're out of right here in Wilsonville, error code 0.
And completing our Red Alliance is 997.
From Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, very much still in the game, 2550.
From Oregon City, Oregon, that's Skynet.
Their Alliance captains, 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, the Cloverbots.
And the final component of this Blue Alliance is 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
All right, drivers, step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 13 here of our playoffs in Wilsonville is underway. Alliances 2 and 3 fighting for a chance to face off against Alliance 1 in the finals. And it's a even match so far in the autonomous period. 37 points to a side, and indeed, that is how autonomous ends. Equal footing for both of these alliances as we progress into what is going to be a surely well-fought teleoperated period. Red Alliance sends over a designated defender. There's Spartan Robotics from Corvallis, making the commute over to the Blue Alliance side of this ocean. Looking to lock down right now the bottom right corner of the field, that Blue Alliance lower feeding station. However, Blue Alliance machines just rerouting around Stormbots, and that was Cloverbots. Rerouting their cycles, still working to build up level 4 of the Alliance Reef just as quick as they can. Red Alliance, likewise, focusing almost solely on level 4. They're also clearing out algae in quick order and trying to keep this pesky Skynet machine at bay. Skynet absolutely thrashing all over the place over here, trying to restrict access to coral. That's a little bit trickier of a challenge with this Red Alliance strategy of feeding coral all over the floor of play. Rather than defending a fixed location, the entire coral station wall, you kind of have to play zone defense across the entire region that the human player has been tossing these coral into. We'll let them figure out the geometry of making that happen. Red Alliance diversifying the strategy here. They trade defenders. They send Spartan Robotics back home to go play offense for a while. And now the Flaming Chickens are going to sub out and Joe Monster Truck Rally edition against the Stormbots over in blue territory. Heavy hits now from the Flaming Chickens machine. Chickens showing off the speed of their drive base as they whip between both coral stations. And now a bit of a game of chicken. No puns intended. Yeah, yes, puns intended. With the Cloverbots. Cloverbots were thinking about going to another coral station. They instead divert a little early to go for a barge climb. Getting out of the way, getting off the sea floor for 12 points on that deep cage. Alliance partners, Skynet joining them for 12 more, so there's 24 points pending. Can we make it 36? Stormbots, it's all up to you. 2 seconds left. Red Alliance climbing up as well. Flaming Chickens still having a bumper touching the ground at the end of the match. That's going to cost them 10 points there. There'll still be a 2-point park. Looks like error code 0 may have been airborne. We'll let the scorers decide that one. Would be 12 points if so. Exciting end game. It's all going to come down to the barge climb score in the end, and we'll get those to you just as soon as we can. Your results for match 13 are in the books. They were separated by just 15 points. The Red Alliance advances along to the Wilsonville Finals, 135 to 120. Alliance 2 gets to face off against Alliance 1 once more, a rematch of the match they just played to make it here to match 13. They'll get at least 2 more of said rematches. And folks, it is time for our final adieu of the playoff bracket. Alliance 3, well fought, well played through 5 rounds of playoffs. Let's hear it for them one last time. That's 1425, error code 0. 1540, the Flaming Chickens, and 997, Spartan Robotics. Oh, excuse me, that's the advancing. Wrong one. Blue Alliance, the send-off is 3674, Cloverbots, 2811 Stormbots, and 2550 Skynet. Oh boy. Finals up next.
All right, everybody, welcome to our second awards segment. We've got 4 more awards to present here on the field, so let's welcome back our judges. Welcome, judges. Hello, judges. It's good to see you again, judges. And the first award that we have to present is the Autonomous Award, which celebrates a team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomously managed actions. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and execute tasks.
This team demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and consistency in their autonomous IntelliOp, like a finely tuned equation where even the tiniest variables were accounted for. Just a single flap of a butterfly's wing can set off a hurricane. This team accounting for even the smallest detail, resulting in a spectacular outcome, not chaos.
Join me in congratulating Team 5468.
Team 5468 is from Summit High School in Bend, Oregon. That's Chaos Theory.
Our next award is the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, which celebrates creativity that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered.
Flying across the field in red and black, this team moves fast. With its breadth of fiery carbon, this robot lifts coral up from the depths. Tiny but mighty, they have the heart of a dragon.
Way to go, Team 1595.
Team 1595 is from St. George's School in Spokane, Washington. They are the Dragons.
Next up, the Quality Award. It celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example for others.
Resilient and robust robots often fly under the radar. From an extra reinforced frame to hand-done design work, this team shows a dedication to quality design. With a box of blue Sharpies at their side, they're sure to take the field by storm.
Congratulations, Team 2811!
Team 2811 is from Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington. They are the Stormbots.
Our last award for now is the Industrial Design Award. Sponsored by General Motors, it celebrates a team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics.
Their design is a perfect blend of form and function and rich in creativity. From a carefully crafted structure to sleek aesthetics, this robot not only performed at the highest level, but looks the part as well. Just like an archer carefully aims and releases with precision, this team's robot is a symbol of accuracy, power, and grace.
Congratulations, Team 6443.
Team 6443 is from Liberty High School in Hillsboro, Oregon. Aimbot.
A big congratulations to all of our award winners. We have many more awards to present, but for now, judges, please have a seat so that we can bring out our finalists onto the field. All right, before we dive into the finals, we have a tradition here at First that we do a handshake between the two alliances before this match. So at this time, I'd like to wave over our number 1 and number 2 alliances to come forward in front of the field. Meet in the middle, hopefully, and shake hands. Come on, come forward, don't be shy. Thank you, teams. Personally, I love this tradition. I think that it's wonderful that all of these teams clawed their way up through their qualification matches, worked through all of those final matches to make it to where they are today, and I am just so happy that I get to celebrate you. However, we do need to crown a winner. Over here on our Red Alliance is our number 1 alliance. They did not have to make a dip down to the lower elimination bracket. They won all of their matches to date. However, our number 2 alliance over here on the blue is no slouch. They have gone head-to-head with our number 1 alliance many times. They have beaten all of their competition thus far, and I am sure that they will give our number 1 alliance a run for their money. Specifically of the Red Alliance, welcome 5468.
They're from Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
Joining them is 9567.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbreakers.
And our number 1 alliance captain, 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
Over on the Blue Alliance, and I am sure that they will give Red a run for their money. Welcome 1540.
From Portland, the Flaming Chickens.
We have our alliance captains, 1425.
From right here in Wilsonville, error code 0.
And joining them in victory is 997.
From Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
Drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Welcome to the finals here in Wilsonville. 2 or 3 matches separate us from crowning a champion here of this district event. Both autonomous periods well underway. Red Alliance with a 10-point lead, now just a 3-point lead, back to a 10-point lead, and that's where it will stay as drivers take control. 47-37. Your live score now, and we'll enter the tele-operated period. Chaos Theory starts us off here with a level 4 Coral scored for 5 points of Alliance score. They've been finalists twice this year. They're looking for the dub this week. See if these contributions are able to help get them there. Blue Alliance Defender comes over. That's Spartan Robotics from Corvallis. They've now locked out for now the top right corner, or excuse me, bottom left corner of the field. But then they get stuck on a piece of algae, a tale as old as time, or at least as old as the game of Rescape. And the Red Alliance driving very carefully now to try and make sure they don't bump that robot off of the algae. We see Chaos Theory throw on the brakes and swerve around them. Intentional strategy on that one. Looks like what the Blue Alliance is up to offensively while down the robot over there. 2 quick cycles coming at you here from Code 0 and the Flaming Chickens. Flaming Chickens, of course, picking up everything off of the floor. That is what they are catered to do. Code 0 taking advantage of
the relatively more controlled Coral Station. Each of these cycles taking about 3 seconds apiece on each of those machines. See if they can whittle that down just a little bit, because right now their alliance still trails by 14 it was, and then as much as 18 later on. Red Alliance side of the field starting to turn into the graveyard of robots, as we have both the beached Spartan robotics machine and the no comms Stormbreakers machine. Safety light on, so we have power, just no code or radio happening there. So we're down to just 2 robots on each side playing offense here. Chaos Theory tosses a couple algae out of their way to make some room for the last level 4 Coral score for 5 points up on the Red Alliance reef, and then they'll go climb for 12 points as long as they can stay up there. Blue Alliance mirrors that code 0 up for 12 of their own. Up goes 957 Swarm to make it a 24-point end game over here on red, not matched by the Flaming Chickens on blue. We'll see if that was enough to go 1 up in the series. We'll be right back with your scores from final match 1. Yep. We have your results from our first finals match here at the Wilsonville event. Going up 1 in the series, it's going to be the Red Alliance. Score for that one, 162 to the Blue Alliance's 128. Congrats to the Red Alliance there. 1 win down. 1 more to go if they want to be champions here at Wilsonville. Got some more hardware to hand out, so don't go anywhere, folks. Another awards break before finals match number 2 coming right at you.
All right, how about that first finals match, huh? I really didn't know which way it was gonna go. But we have one more, possibly two more matches if we need a tiebreaker in front of us. However, to give our robots a little bit of time to cool down, swap out the batteries, fix whatever they just broke, we've got some awards to hand out. So please join me in welcoming back our wonderful judges. And it looks like the first award that we have to pass out is the Innovation in Control Award, sponsored by nVent, celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software to provide unique machine functions.
This team was above average by using a 5-camera system. They submerged virtual reality down to the reef. The rest of the field should watch out for this nemesis.
A round of applause, please, for Team 2471.
Team 2471 represents the Discovery, Camas, Washougal, and Hawkinson High Schools in Camas, Washington. That is Team Mean Machine.
Next up, the Excellence in Engineering Award celebrates a team that demonstrates a professional approach to the design process and whose design is elegant and advantageous on the field of play.
They rise above their competition with a sea of documentation. This monster of engineering climbed their way to the top, hammering out any potential issues. By documenting and learning from their mistakes, this steel leviathan is a force to be reckoned with.
Round of applause for Team 6343.
Team 6343 is from Ridgefield High School in Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
Next up, the Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Dow, celebrates and recognizes a team which has developed sustainable practices to have a positive environmental impact and achieve long-term continuity.
Other people's recycling is this team's treasure. gathering bits and bobs along their way to creating their team's financial sustainability using their shields to surge forward in the fight to create a sustainable and cleaner world.
Round of applause for Team 997!
Team 997 is from Corvallis High School in Corvallis, Oregon. Spartan Robotics.
Our last award for this segment is the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet do not fit into any of the existing awards categories.
Faced with the fear of isolation, this team looked for a unique way to stay afloat. They recognized their lack of resources left them at a disadvantage, but they still showed up with unlimited passion. Digging in the trash for robot parts may not be everyone's favorite, but this team sure is ours.
Congratulations, Team 3024!
Team 3024 is from Ashland High School in Ashland, Oregon. My favorite team.
A big congratulations to all of our award winners. We've got many more awards to present, but for now, judges, feel free to have a seat so that we can prepare for finals match 2. All right, folks, just to catch you up on where we are so far, we have made it all the way to the finals. That's better, that's better. Our Red Alliance, our number 1 alliance over here, already has 1 win under their belt. Given that this is a best 2 out of 3 situation, they just need 1 more in order to take home that blue banner. However, our number 2 alliance over here on the blue is not out of the game just yet, because if they get this victory, then we go into a best 2 out of 3 sudden death. All right, you Red Alliance, I want to hear some serious decibels for 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
Joining their alliance is 9567.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbreakers.
And our number 1 alliance captains, 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
Over on the blue side of the field and hoping to bring this into a 2 out of 3 situation, 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, Flaming Chickens.
Their alliance captains are home team, 1425.
Our code 0.
And our blue alliance could not be complete without 997.
They're from Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
All right, everybody. Drivers behind the white lines, please. We will start in, say it with me, 3, 2, 1, dive!
Red Alliance up 1 in the series. Blue looking to win this one. Our autonomous period's underway, and Blue gets off to an early lead. 2 level 4 coral scored. Make that now a total of 5. And in comes numbers 6 and 7, just barely a miss by the Flaming Chickens. The Red Alliance able to pick up 5 coral on the level 4 as well. It was nearly a tie game. We end up with just a little bit askew in favor of red as drivers take controls, and off we go for another finals match. 997 back over here in Red Alliance territory with blue bumpers on. They're looking to avoid getting stuck on top of an algae again. This time they're locking down this top coral station in the top left of the field. The one that is well rehearsed from Chaos Theory with their human players standing there. Chaos Theory reroutes, joins Swarm on the bottom left coral station, and very quickly making their rounds now back to the Alliance Reef. Their alliance trails by 4 points, now leads by 4 points, and it'll be a back and forth swing and fight throughout the whole way. Minute and a half left to play. Blue Alliance now, we've got code 0, solid safety light, no comms next to the Alliance Reef. That is going to be a huge damper in the offensive capacity of the Blue Alliance, especially with the Flaming Chickens downfield in red territory. They full send it back home. They're going to work now on the Reef instead. Level 3, 4-pointer scored, and we've got code 0 back in it. Back to 3 full performing members here on the Blue Alliance side. They're going to have 997 there. Out of Corvallis, also holding down the fort. Spartan Robotics doing what they can to put points up onto the Reef. Still within reach. This match separated by just 14 points as of a few moments ago. Indeed, still 14 as both alliances continue building up their reefs. Level 4 complete on both sides. Level 3 about 4 pegs shy on blue and just 1 over here on red. Back to the wall we go. Chaos Theory, another piece of coral. It's ready, lining up. Actually not a full level 4 for them. They'll drop it off for 5 points of alliance score while the Flaming Chickens flap their wings trying to get off of these cursed pieces of algae all over the place. Chaos Theory, airborne, 12 points. 957 Swarm joining them for 12 more. We'll have code 0 airborne matching half of that over on blue and just a part. And that'll be the end of finals match number 2. 14 points was the magic number differential between our two alliances for almost the entire game, but at the end, the Red Alliance wins by just a bit more than that. Your final score, 161 points. The Blue Alliance is 137. Alliance 1 takes it all in just 2 matches and are your Wilsonville District Event champions. Don't go anywhere, folks. Another awards segment, our last awards segment, coming right up in just a moment.
Wow, guys. What a fantastic set of final matches. What do you think? I had fun. Edge of my seat the entire time. And I just want to say thank you everyone who made these last few days such a success, especially mentors. Thank you so much for being here and making this weekend possible. First teams in all of our programs continue to increase, and we need more dedicated people like our mentors. Our mentors are the key to success for so many of our students. So now let's have the students carry on our first tradition of standing up and thanking our mentors and coaches who generously volunteer their time and their talents because they believe in you. I also would like to add that you are a mentor even if you spend time working with students to design, program, build a robot, if you work with the business teams to put together a business or marketing plan, if you're coordinating travel or meals for your teams, if you work with the impact team for their presentation. So many people say, oh, I'm not a mentor, I just help get food. You are a mentor. You keep these teams running, and I see you and I thank you, seriously. Thank you, mentors. We could not be doing this without you. It's now time to recognize a group of leaders in the First community, the First alumni. With the First alumni, myself included, please stand up and wave. There are quite a few of us here. Thank you all for you continue to support the mission of First and inspire our next generation. For some of you team members, Reefscape may be your final season. Very sad. You will be deeply missed. For some of you team members, this could be your final season competing as a First student. So, if this is true and you are soon to be a First alumni, would you please stand? We look forward to seeing all that you do next as First alumni. Good luck to all of our graduating students. And now, before we present some awards, let's hear from some distinguished guests. First up to present the Woody Flowers nominees, please welcome Paul Roche.
Hi, I'm Paul Roush with Team 360, Portland 2004 WFFA. Let's start out. The nominees for this district event are being shown on the screen. Please come to the floor now and be recognized right up over here when you can. While our nominees make their way to the field, I'd like to share some background information behind the Woody Flowers Award. First, Robotics stands apart from other competitions in STEM and sports due to the First ethos of gracious professionalism, the concept of cooperation, and the commitment to First core values. The guiding force behind these principles was Dr. Woody Flowers. Dr. William Murphy Jr., who was instrumental in creating the concept of First with Dean Kamen, recognized the unique perspective, wisdom, and communication style that Woody brought to the First robotics competition. In honor of Woody, Dr. Murphy founded the Woody Flowers Award in 1996. He recognized that the First ethos would be carried forward by our First mentors and sought to celebrate those mentors who demonstrated the leadership, ethical behavior, and communication skills exemplified by Woody. Students are uniquely positioned to share evidence of how their mentors have led their team through the knowledge, dedication, and unwavering gracious support. In their own concisely written words, students nominate a team mentor by their inspiring Woody Flowers essays. With this award, we celebrate excellence in communication in the art of science, engineering, and design. Woody believed societies get the best of what they celebrate. Being recognized by students through nomination essays makes this honor very meaningful to the mentors. It is truly an honor for a mentor to be nominated for this award. At the 2025 Pacific Northwest District Championship event, 2 mentors will receive the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, WFFA. Then at the championships in Houston, 1 mentor will be selected from renominated past finalists and current finalists to receive the 2025 Championship Woody Flowers Award. Thank you for nominating your mentors, and thank you, mentors, for all that you do. I now would like the mentors that you have nominated to introduce themselves. Please state your name, your team number, and the number of years you have been a mentor.
That's my team. Deanna Hotchkiss Agostinelli and St. Mary's Beta Blues, 5975. 4 years of these competitions with the team.
Derek Honor of Team 6443 Aimbot. This is my 2nd year as a mentor.
Let's give your mentors a hand, and congratulations to you all.
All right, thank you, Paul, so much for being here. And now it is time to present the Outstanding Volunteer Award. This award is very special because there are so many deserving volunteers. The inspectors, refs, judges, the field and scoring table crew, planning committees, the machine shop folks, pit admin, and all of the volunteers who make FIRST work. And without volunteer support, FIRST wouldn't exist. Their dedication and commitment are critical across all FIRST platforms. Let's thank them with a loud round of applause for all of their work on your behalf. And to present the Volunteer of the Year Award, please welcome your event manager, Mara Keeley.
Hi, everyone. This is probably my favorite part of every single event that I get to run, even though I don't really like public speaking very much, but it's still my favorite job because we get to acknowledge some of our really amazing volunteers. And really, pretty much every single volunteer can win this award and deserves this award, but we really reserve it for someone who's gone above and beyond, even though you all go above and beyond all the time. I say this at every event, but it takes over 100 volunteers to run these events. 100 volunteers who are here for usually 3 days in a row. It's 15 hours every day. They're here to open the doors in the morning. They're here to lock the doors when you all go rolling out of the pits at night. So really, when we're into week 4, and we've been doing this now for so long, and it feels like it's been endless weeks, it's so fulfilling to get to see all our volunteers week over week. So please, if you see anyone in a blue shirt, a polo, or a volunteer shirt, please make sure you thank them for all they do to make these events a success for all of you. Every single one of you get to experience these awesome events because of the work they do. So a big round of applause to all of our volunteers. And now, I often let other volunteers help present this award for people that they work really closely with. Unfortunately, the person who is going to give it today had to go home, so I'm going to read what they wanted me to say. So, this year's outstanding volunteer has been helping at the Wilsonville district competition since the beginning, though you may not see them too often around the event. Normally spending time in their own mobile domain, teams are happy to see this volunteer if their robot needs some repairs. Please give a round of applause to this year's outstanding volunteer, your machine shop manager, Paul Roush, who is just here.
Thank you, Mara. Mara, by the way, has been your event manager here for 4 years now and has been knocking it out of the park since her very inception. So thank you, Mara. It is now time for our final awards segment. So let's welcome our judges back in front of the field. Welcome, judges. And we would now like to congratulate the Dean's List semifinalists from this event. I would also like to note that there are 2 finalists, so please let me get through both names, and then we will invite them down to the field. The first Dean's List District Championship semifinalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on their team and in their community. First Dean's List District Champion semifinalists recognized here today will move forward to compete at the District Championship. Today, we would like to recognize the following students. Please come down to be recognized. Kira A. from Team 997 and Sienna C. from Team 1540. Next up is the Engineering Inspiration Award, which celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment, and we recognize these qualities through the following award. Qualifying to compete in the Engineering Inspiration Award at the District Championship is...
Sailing uncharted seas for 2 years, this team handled their sails solo. On and off the boat, their inspiration sparked excitement. Despite their size, their flair is undeniable.
Round of applause, please, for Team 9600.
Team 9600 is from Elkton High School in Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
Next up is the Finalists Award. This collection of teams climbed their way through the qualification matches, proving themselves to be a worthy alliance, coming together, and then making it all the way to the finals. Today, we would like to celebrate Team 1540.
Team 1540 is from the Catlin Gable School in Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Their alliance partners, 997.
Team 997 is from Corvallis High School in Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
And their alliance captains, Team 1425.
Team 1425 is from right here at Wilsonville High School in Wilsonville, Oregon. Error code 0.
We would next like to celebrate the winners of the Wilsonville event. This collection of teams also climbed their way through the qualification matches, ranking as highly as they could. They selected themselves to form the strongest alliance possible and will be taking home a blue banner from the Wilsonville event. Join me in welcoming 5468.
From Summit High School in Bend, Oregon, that's Chaos Theory.
They're joined on the winning alliance by 9, 5, 6, 7.
Team 9567's from Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington, Stormbreakers.
And finally, our alliance captain and #1 team here at the Wilsonville event, make some noise for 957!
Team 957's from South and West Albany High Schools in Albany, Oregon, Swarm, the South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Our final award is the First Impact Award. It is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First missions of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to the district championship where it will compete for the First Impact Award winners, against First Impact Award winners from other qualifying events and compete with their robots.
This team has greatly expanded the impact of STEM within their community, using FIRST programs as their catalyst. With a goal of bringing STEM to all their predominantly agricultural community, this team has become the roots of STEM education in their region. This team has partnered with other local organizations to increase their capacity and support for all of their initiatives. From founding an impressive 34 new FLL teams in the last 3 years to developing a high-tech mobile STEM classroom, this team focuses on bringing STEM to underrepresented groups through their entire community. These fabulous students will stop at nothing to annex the ultimate STEM celebration wherever they go.
Congratulations, Team 6831!
Team 6831 is from the Hood River Valley High School in Hood River, Oregon, A05 Annex.
And now let's take a look at the First Impact Award winners video submission.
What does community mean to us? Community is raising money through grants and donations so that high school students don't have a cost barrier to entering robotics. Community is giving everyone a chance to learn and grow by making robotics accessible to students of all ages, genders, cultures, and abilities so that everyone can thrive. In the past 3 years, our team has started, mentored, and funded over 30 FLL teams at all 5 elementary schools in our district, as well as our middle school and online school. We use grant money and community partnerships amounting to around $10,000 a year to fund all of our teams through their season. This allows approximately 100 students a year to participate in FLL. We provide high school mentors at practices to help volunteer coaches learn about STEM, robotics, and FLL. We run most of the practices directly after school, allowing more students to participate in STEM. This includes an all-migrant student team, 3 all-girl teams, and several teams with neurodivergent students.
We also volunteer at STEM nights for our elementary schools, reaching an estimated 700 students. Our booth at the Gorge STEM Fair reached another 200 students in our community.
To help make our programs more sustainable, we worked with the Columbia Gorge STEM Hub and our school district to create paid positions for FLL teacher organizers at the schools. We also worked with OSU to train our high school mentors, enabling them to become paid OSU teen STEM leaders.
Community is recognizing that different people learn in different ways, and being part of the community means meeting people where they are. This year, we joined the National Unified Robotics Program and ran a unified summer camp and a unified 2024 fall season. We made the competition accessible by hosting the season's final tournament in our town, allowing athletes to show off their hard work to families and friends without transportation requirements.
We also provide access to robotics during the summer through summer day camps to teach students about building and coding. We reach around 25 students a year through this program. Our team has taught robotics classes for 3rd to 5th grade students at Migrant Summer School for the last 3 years. This year we did an additional after-school STEM camp with this group of students, where we did activities like strawberry DNA extraction and popsicle stick bridge building.
Community is knowing that as a team, we can make a difference in the lives of students and make our community a better place where everyone has a chance to learn and thrive. We love our community.
Congratulations to our first Impact Award winners. Great job, and be sure to keep up the good work. This will conclude our award ceremony and first competition here at Wilsonville. Please join me in congratulating all of the teams who competed this weekend for your excellent performance. And more importantly, for your efforts towards a successful future. You should all be incredibly proud of yourselves. Good luck to all the teams who are competing again this season. I know some of you are still waiting to see if you've qualified for districts. I hope to see as many of you there as possible. And for those of you who are done for the season, I hope you are excited for next year. Here's a short video revealing next season's theme. Thank you everyone for coming and competing here at Wilsonville. My name is Emerald. Your GA has been Josh Clark and Jake Enos, the wonderful lifeguard. We hope you all have safe travels, and this is a gentle reminder to leave the space as good, if not better, than how you found it. Thank you and good night.